like to say that we are first a great people. We don't realize it, but we're a great people. We are a heroic people. We think our heroes have passed. No, we are heroes today.
Really made me more curious and made me better appreciate the interconnection between events and the past and today. He really made me more passionate about history and pangangalkal.
We are heroes in everyday life. The thing is, we have to identify what we do well. And we do many things well. And then do it with a passion.
Siyempre kasi ang impression natin sa history ay boring talaga yan. Okay? Pero siya, he goes beyond that. Yung mga kwento sa gilid ng main narrative, talagang mapapa-imagine ka eh. Ano kayang sitwasyon dito, no? Kasi magdadala pa yan ng memorabilia niya, ng mga relics. Marami akong matututunan dito. Nakakahiya kung hindi ako mag-aaral. Okay? Okay siya sa akin, so kailangan okay din ako sa kanya.
And I like to talk about history of the Philippines. There are the negative sides, but I like to look at the positive. We always think, grabe yung mga problema. But actually, we're surviving. And the fact that we survive makes us strong. You can change the hardship into glory, actually. So if you look at it, mahirap to, balewala to. No, but look at it, build it up. We can learn from that. Malakas tayo. We can be proud. We should be proud.
Kaya napakahalaga, no? Huwag nating kakalimutan yung mga ginawa ng mga bayaning ito. Talagang inaalay nila yung buhay nila, no? Hanggang sa huling pagkakataon, no? Yung kanyang pagkamatay ay dapat simula para sa ating lahat. Ito yung dapat magmulat sa atin ng mga simulain na kanyang pinaglaban. Dapat sinasabuhay natin yun eh. Yung kanyang kamatayan, walang silbi kung hindi natin gagamitin yung mga tinuro niya para sa ating lipunan. Hindi yan ang huli, yan ay simula para sa ating pagkatuto. Hindi masama yung magre-revise ng history sapagkat na-update tayo sa mga current historical research eh. Ang masama dito ay yung historical distortion. Yung mga bagay na nangyari binabaluktot. Dapat paalam ang mga bata sa mga kaganapan, papanuri. Dapat titingnan natin, susuriin natin mabuti yun. Mula nun, yun ang naging pangunahing dahilan kung bakit ako ay pumunta sa larangan ng pagtuturo. Yung pag-expose sa mga bata sa paggamit ko, napakahalaga nito eh. Sapagkat natututo silang maghanap ng batayan, ng mga ebidensya. Tapos, masasana yung kasanayan, importante yung skill ang dinidevelop natin. Kasi dito, nahahasa yung ating pagiging mapanuri, pagiging kritikal. So ito napakalaking bagay sa aming mga guro sapagkat isa ito sa mga tinututukan namin yung kanilang learnings. I-nurture, no? That's the word. Andyan kasi siya eh, no? Kaya lang kailangan ng konting push, kailangan ma-nurture yung pagmamahal na yan, pag-alabi ng damdamin para magsilbi sa ating bansa.
I am called for a purpose. I am called by God for a purpose. The difference there between an outstanding student teacher who was a hearing person and now an outstanding Filipino with deafness. There's a big change because I am able to understand now the life of persons with impairment, with disabilities. I am able to emerge with them. I am able to see the sufferings, the struggles that they had. I used to call it conquering silence and surmounting barriers.
After those surgeries,
injuries that she've been through na sabi ng po ng mga doktor, wala na po talaga siyang pag-asa na makarinig.
Losing my hearing will never make me a person who lost everything, but instead made me more stronger, made me more empowered. A person can survive because of resilience. Has the ability to bounce back. I used to put my heart in whatever I do. I have that commitment. I can always see that I can do something with the children who are the lost, the least, and the outcast. It is always my heart, my passion to help them to become a better person. Ang pagbasa may I really committed myself to serve them because I saw that they have the right to education. They have desire to learn. Now, if there is education, it will invoke confidence. And if there's confidence, I still believe that there is hope. The transformation that I can see within the children, it is truly amazing. And to share with other people is something like I won more than a lotto.
It's a good inspiration for other people that they can try, imbibing their children, especially the mother, the teachers, the same love that they have for something, and they will succeed if they will really try very hard.
Ang pagiging guro ko ay nakikita sa pagtuturo ko sa medical students. Ang genetics ay hindi kilalang spesyalidad. And it meets the needs of patients that are not met by any other specialty in medicine. So in fact, hindi lang sa classroom ang aking pagtuturo. Kasama sa pagtuturo ko sa ospital at pati na rin sa komunidad at isang malaking parte ng buhay ko dahil ako rin ay isang researcher ay ang pagtuturo ko how to do research in genomics. Tingin ko, ang isang magaling na guro ay dapat unang-una ay magaling ding mag-research. Sapagkat hindi pwedeng ang aming tinuturo ay laos na. Ang dapat tinuturo namin ay kung ano ang ngayon at kung ano ang haharapin namin na mga hamon bukas dahil hindi naman pwedeng maiwan ang Pilipinas.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Mabuhay fellow educators around the globe. Hello, Marie B.
Hi, Dr. Rizal. Good morning and good evening from here.
Okay, welcome to our second day of the third International Noted Conference. Hi, Marie B, how are you?
I'm good. And how are you too, Dr. Rizal?
Okay, we're fine. And of course, hello, connoted and fellow educators, our registered participants in different part of the region. I am your host for today from the Philippines. And on behalf of the noted president, Dr. Josephine Calamlam, we warmly welcome you all.
To begin with, I am Mariby Castro, SOT 2012. Join us in this spectacular event with research enthusiasts.
Once again, Rizal Vidalio at your service. Let the second day begin.
As we're to start our second day of our international conference, may we invite everyone to a moment of silence for us to acknowledge the source of everything as we say our invocation.
If my people will humble themselves and pray. If they seek my face and humble themselves and turn from their wicked ways, I will hear from heaven and forgive their sins. I will hear from heaven and heal their land. Lord, heal our land. Father, heal our land. Hear our cry and turn our nations back to you. Lord, heal our land. Hear us, O Lord, and heal our land. Forgive our sin and heal our broken land. Lord, we found one knee. We humble ourselves and pray. Lord, we seek your face and humble ourselves and turn from our wicked ways. Father, in your mercy, forgive our sins. Father, in your mercy, and heal the land. Lord, heal our hear a cry and hear a broken land.
Wow, we are so blessed, Mariby.
Yeah, it's so heartwarming to see everybody um, stand as one with a purpose tonight.
Okay, let's start. Okay, good morning again, everyone. Mabuhay. Equity,
Solidarity and engagement.
purposive education in times of change.
Good morning once again, Dr. Rizal, and good evening from here.
Oh, by the way, Miss Mariby, what time you have now?
It's around 7 o'clock in the evening, Friday night.
Oh, wow. I'm so elated to host this most awaited event with you, of course.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. So excited. Knowing that we are surrounded and participated by high caliber individuals whom I know exemplify exemplary performance in their respective field.
Yeah, and we are united, we are united for one purpose, and that is to execute the culture of excellence and constitute research-based atmosphere, even new normal.
Yes, certainly. This is our new normal, the now normal environment and education system.
And to reminisce the highlight of our first day, let us all hear the recapitulation of our first day activity in this conference.
And with that, let's all welcome Dr. Alan Moore Cabrilas, our SOT 2014 awardee. Thank you so much, Dr. Allen, for that recap.
Okay, see, Mariby, how our delegates were certainly inspired by our dignified and world-class educational leaders, and of course with the keynote speakers and distinct guests.
Yeah, indeed, it's truly a fruitful and engaging conference.
Okay, and as we move forward today, we will have our panel on sparking engagement for teachers and online learners with our lead speakers. Mariby?
Okay, here you go. She is our 2021 SOT awardee, Dr. Iris Tan.
Okay, may I share to you some of her bio notes? And she is our additional rooster of outstanding Filipino awardees, and who has just awarded in September by Metrobank Foundation Incorporated. And we will know her more during the introduction or her bio notes with our with Ma'am Josephine Tuason. Yeah, Ma'am Mariby.
Okay, it is an
And
honor to introduce her.
ladies and gentlemen, along with her are our multi-awarded reactors. Can you name them? Yeah, Ribi, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. So I'm reading now the biodata of Miss Iris Tan or Dr. Tan. Okay, she is one of
Okay.
the latest
Yeah,
additions. Okay, additions to the roster of outstanding Filipinos who has just been
I think we had a
awarded in
problem with the
September by
connection, but
Metrobank.
anyway, yeah. Mhm. Go ahead, Mariby.
Okay, let me continue. Sorry for that. This is technical on live. Okay, to continue, she was awarded in September by the Metrobank Foundation Incorporated. She graduated BS in Biology, magna cum laude from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and finished her medical degree from the UP College of Medicine, Manila, ranking 7th in her class. After passing the physician licensure exam, she had her internal medicine residency at the Department of Medicine, Philippine General Hospital, where she also served as chief resident. She also finished her fellowship in endocrinology, diabetes, and metabolism in the same hospital, also as a chief fellow. She has received various research awards for work in diabetic food infections, and she is a certified diplomate and fellow of the Philippine College of Physicians, a certified diplomate and fellow of the Philippine Society of Endocrinology and Metabolism, and a certified clinical densitometrist. She has also completed her Master's of Science in Health Informatics, that is Medical Informatics track, where she was the first graduate of the track. Her thesis was on e-learning in medical education. She is the present she is at present a professor at the
Not
UP
only that,
College of
Mariby.
Medicine.
Yeah. Okay, thank you,
Back to you,
Mariby.
Rizal.
Hello. Yeah, okay. We are so excited about the file of our lead speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, along with her are the multi-awarded, as I mentioned a while ago, and the well-known panel of reactors. Let us first have Mrs. Winona Guardiola of De La Salle, Santiago Sobel, SOT 2016. Mariby?
And we have Mrs. Janet Morato Puentes, SOT 2010.
Okay, and of course, Maria Minerva Kalimat from the University of Santo Tomas, also an awardee, way back, the present awardee, of course.
And of course, our moderator is SOT 2000 and former noted president, Dr. Josefina Tuanzon.
Wow, welcome everyone, and we will give you updates from time to time as we have our session for today. Dr. Peng, the floor is yours. I think Dr. Peng has no sound. Jola, can you please?
Kindly click the button on. There's none. You're currently on. Your camera is on. Your mic is on. So kindly check here. Kindly check the button of your desktop. Um, Sarisa, can you assist first? I'll talk.
Should I go ahead po?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So I think Dr. Tuazon is giving me the go signal. Good morning, everyone. I will now try to share my slides so we can go ahead. So good morning, everyone. I hope you can see my slides. I am quite new to MS Teams as well.
Yes, we can see your slide.
Okay, thank you very much for that confirmation. So good morning again, everyone. I am honored to not only attend, but also speak at my first noted conference. I'm so happy to be here to discuss a topic close to my heart, and I suppose all of you, that is sparking engagement for teachers and online learners. I miss being in the classroom with my students. I'm sure that's true for you as well. I miss taking group pictures and not only screenshots of the Zoom gallery. I miss giving hands-on faculty workshops at the Interactive Learning Center. And you know, the pandemic has changed our lives so much, and yet every day sometimes seems like a repeat of yesterday. And while Adam Grant made languishing the predominant emotion of the pandemic, in his TED Talk, Adam also said that the best predictor of well-being was not optimism, but flow. So flow is that feeling of being in the zone. But how do we get flow? Adam says it takes three things: mastery, being good at something; mindfulness, concentrating on doing what you're good at; and mattering, knowing that your work helps people. And so today, I hope my presentation will help us all find our flow. I've long espoused blended learning and spent many years before the pandemic convincing other educators to try it. But going completely remote, fully online learning, that is something else. I have not changed my aim though, and that is to deliver a learning experience that cannot be Googled. When I am able to do that, I feel the flow. I am in the zone. But that learning experience that cannot be Googled, well, we have to carefully design that as teachers. And I will walk you through the community of inquiry model, the transactional distance theory, and the conversational framework, which I have used in various ways to design the learning experience for my students. And I will share my own example. Let's start with the community of inquiry model. by Dr. D.R. Garrison. And he said, students must be stimulated and motivated to consider the essence of the material being presented and translate that into personal meaning that can be shared and collaboratively confirmed. Because of the pandemic, ready or not, students have been asked to do more self-directed learning. And maybe that is as it should be. But we cannot do away with students having to share and collaboratively confirm with their teachers and their peers that indeed they have understood, grasped, and learned the content correctly. And so Garrison talks not only about reflection, which can be a solitary activity, but also the all-important discourse that we have in our classes. And so the community of inquiry model talks about three types of presence: social presence, teaching presence, and cognitive presence. And all these presences, they dovetail into the educational experience. It is through these presences that we as teachers select content and structure the course and set the climate for supporting this course. Let's go through this one by one. Teaching presence is that crucial integrating force that structures and leads the educational process. When we have asynchronous sessions, the students say they miss us. And yet, we cannot always have synchronous Zoom sessions given our Wi-Fi limitations. How then can we provide a structure to learning even when our students are not with us? Cognitive presence is the process of constructing meaning through collaborative inquiry. How can we support that when we are online and maybe asynchronously discussing? Social presence is the ability to connect with the community of learners on a personal level. And this is much needed as we go through this pandemic. How can we be apart but together? So teaching presence refers to the decisions a teacher makes about the learning experience, the design, the organization, the interactions, the assessment of learning. As teachers, we organize the content in a way that helps our students organize the knowledge they gain into schemas. That's why I like this quote about stars. His head is made of stars, but not yet arranged into constellations. With teaching presence, we help students make the connections so stars can be arranged into constellations. And for me, the course pack is the manifestation of our teacher presence. The course pack contains the course description, the learning outcomes, the topic outline, the mode of delivery, the learning materials, the study schedule, and grading. Preparing a course pack is not an easy task, but for me, it was getting organized enough so that students had order, at least in my class, away from the chaos of the pandemic. Don't forget to include an About the Professor section. If you can manage it, do a course introduction video to say hello. Cognitive presence. It refers to how students engage with and process the content. How do our students construct meaning from the learning resources we give them? Are we able to guide our students along a clear learning path? My cognitive presence is manifested in the study guide. And this one is patterned after the TED Ed lesson. And so the sections are, let's begin, read, watch, think, and dig deeper. In the Let's Begin section, I introduce the topic, often with the guiding question, and enumerate the learning outcomes. As they are reading a journal article or watching a video, the questions under the Think section are there to guide them. The Dig Deeper section contains scaffolding instructions so that the students can answer the week's driving question. And the guiding question is a complex question that often requires research, investigation, and reflection. To me, a student who is able to answer my driving question is ready to demonstrate learning mastery. And that learning can be demonstrated by what I call a digital artifact that makes learning visible. And so sometimes I ask students to record a 90-second video on Flipgrid, which is a video discussion board. I know that Flipgrid is also quite popular in the K to 12. I ask my graduate students to maintain a blog which serves as an e-portfolio of their deliverables, be it an infographic, sketch note, mind map, visual abstract. I even ask them to tweet the link to their blog and using the course and program hashtag, in this case, MSHI as MS Health Informatics and HI201 as the course number, so that more people can see their work. And I also have a rubric to set expectations on submissions. The best teachers are those who show you where to look but don't tell you what to see. I really get into the zone and I find flow when my students present their work on Zoom, because though I give them the same course pack, the same study guide, the same project guide, every digital artifact is actually unique. How can faculty and students truly connect in the remote learning space and that social presence? I'd like to think that within our all too brief Zoom meetings, I'm able to provide a safe space for my students where we can have enlightening discourse, a temporary respite from the online noise that can be found elsewhere. And to spice up our sharing sessions, each student must ask a question for attendance. So I know this is feasible only in a small class, but when I've used it, students are eager to ask their question first before somebody asks it before them. The consultation hour is also a check-in session where I ask them what worked and what didn't work in the study guide. Through these synchronous meetings, we try to create a climate of trust and belonging, that they are not alone struggling with the learning and that perhaps others, their classmates, have similar experiences. And we call this a consultation hour because that's what it is. Synchronous time is very precious. You may want to try this video meeting signals as a way to put body language back into video calls. You can visit the link at connectis.org for a list of the basic signs. There's more actually than what you can see here on the slide. So there are basic signals that allow you to respond to simple questions, show appreciation, interest, signals that convey emotion, aid meeting management, and decision making. Maybe you can even invent your own in your class. Teachers need to have social presence because sometimes the thing your students need the most right now has nothing to do with what's on the lesson plan. I also found Moore's transactional distance theory helpful in designing learning experiences. Transactional distance measures the learner's connectedness to the learning environment. The less the teacher interacts with the learner, because we do not have face-to-face classes, the more learner autonomy must increase. How much learner autonomy we allow is something that we as teachers negotiate every time with every class and perhaps with every student. So Moore also defined 3 interactions between learner and content, between learner and tutor, and between learner and learner. So when I design my course, I try to see if I am able to offer all these interactions. I also need to decide on the proportion. How much learner to content, how much learner to tutor. These are decisions that we all make when designing our courses. Finally, there's Diana Laurie-Lard's conversational framework. It shows the cycles of conversations that happen between teacher and learner concepts, between learner and peer concepts, between learner practice and the learning environment, and between the learner and peer practice. So as you can see here, we generate ideas and then we talk to each other, we modulate our ideas. So it's really a conversation. Now, this framework can be used to design the learning experience, looking at how we make use of the 6 learning types that you see on this framework. And the 6 learning types are acquiring, inquiring, producing, discussing, practicing, and collaborating. So let's go through that with my example. So I teach second-year medical students the principles of hormone testing as I am an endocrinologist. So for acquiring, I sent them a self-instructional module. It's a PDF with links as a low bandwidth option, though it's also on a learning management system. What you see here on this slide is the bandwidth immediacy matrix. What we're doing now, we're in the red quadrant because we're in a video conference. It's high immediacy, but also high bandwidth. If you are in the green quadrant, that's readings with text images, email, that's low bandwidth and low immediacy. So I'm sharing this matrix with you because it's one helpful way we can also design a learning experience given the unique circumstances for our students. So what are we going to do? Are we going to give a mix of red, blue, yellow, and green quadrants? Or because all our students have low bandwidths, then we have to do the green quadrant the most, but then we have to compensate for low immediacy. In that self-instructional module, I also provide a mind map of a topic. So it is an explicit representation of the topic as I see it. It is my way of passing my expert schema of the topic so that my students who are novices can hopefully learn the relationship between concepts. And because even pre-pandemic, we noted a decline in reading textbooks in medical school, students would often just rely on lecture transcriptions. In my self-instructional module, I reference figures or tables in our textbook to encourage them to read. It's as if I already got their books, annotated them, highlighted them, bookmarked them, and told them, look here, read this. This is important. And because, as we know, students have had little or no contact with patients, I told them my own personal story as a patient, and I also had them watch a YouTube video made by a patient with hypothyroidism. These are other opportunities to acquire knowledge given the limitations imposed by the pandemic. Collaborating. In medical school, I have a big class. There are about 180 students. We use Zoom, so I use 10 Zoom breakout rooms and a Google Jamboard with sticky notes. So as a group, they collaborate as peers to map the patient journey on this template that I provided them. The template contains instructions and I have sample sticky notes already. It was cool to see them working together. I would see sticky notes appearing, disappearing, moving from one end to the other. And I could see that all because the Jamboards are on Google in a common Google folder. When the time is up, the group takes a screenshot of their Jamboard. They paste it into a Google slide deck. So I have access to all of the slides that's there. And I'm showing you here by group 2 who says that they're the best. So I'm able to process this in a short plenary discussion after I close the Zoom breakout rooms. So after the students complete the Jamboard and I bring them back into the plenary, I discuss with them. So that I can introduce the patient's perspectives, ground the discussion in our local reality because sometimes that's not evident in our textbooks and readings, and also to emphasize to them what is important, such as the patient-physician relationship and the value of shared decision-making. Inquiring. On our learning management system, topics are grouped into themes, and each theme will have its own Q&A forum where students can ask questions. Inquiring leads to more learning as some concepts need clarification. So sometimes they'll say, Doc, I read in the textbook and then I read this in your handout, or you said this in your lecture and now I'm confused. So they ask a question. Please clarify. I find that students appreciate prompt responses to their queries, so we made sure to monitor the forum for new queries. And although we also have Zooming with teacher sessions on certain days of the week as the course is team taught, the Q&A forum was another venue for them to be able to ask questions. Now, the decision point here is you have to decide whether or not to require forum participation, if it's graded or not, as we don't want to end up with what has been called the tyranny of participation, which does not lead to any real learning. For practicing, I asked the students to email suggested multiple choice questions. This was optional, but if the question was good, I told them I would include it in the long exam. Feedback was built in as good questions come from a good understanding of the topic. And the students were so excited to see if their questions will be chosen to be included in the long exam that some of them even sent an explanation of the answer. So I just shared with you how I use the 6 learning types in the conversational framework. As a teacher, I designed that learning experience. And now there's a way to share my learning design with other teachers who can look at it, build on it, modify it according to their own needs. And this is the Learning Designer. So the Learning Designer can be accessed with a free account on www.ucl.ac.uk/learning-designer. So on the Learning Designer, I can actually input the details of how I designed the learning experience according to the 6 types of learning. It makes me think, how many minutes will it take for them to read my handout? My handout has 17 pages. Now, if I tell them that we're going to do a synchronous session, well, that's 60 minutes on Zoom. So it runs an analysis for you, and then you can get this kind of a graph or figure. So for that module I shared with you, the analysis on Learning Designer said that the type of learning is predominantly acquisition. So then you have to decide, am I happy with that, or do I want to have more of collaboration? And though I only spend 1 hour with the students to run the Google Jamboard activity, doing everything the module, from reading the handout, watching the video, trying to make multiple choice question that they can submit, going to the forum, asking a question, it actually takes around 235 minutes. So this is helpful information because my topic is not the only topic that the students need to study. And most of the time, the students are doing individual, independent learning, and only 13% of the time is spent with me when they are with me in the plenary, and another 13% of the time is spent with their group in the Zoom breakout rooms. And so with this information, I can take a look at it and tweak my learning design. But really, the idea behind the Learning Designer is to share our learning design with others. You can export your design in Word format and share this with your colleagues. You can even show this to the students so you can work together on making improvements. And that for me is quite exciting. So to end, the shift to remote learning has not been easy for both students and teachers, but I agree with Dave Burgess. Provide an uncommon experience for your students, and they will reward you with an uncommon effort and attitude. Together, we can find flow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Iris. I want to know if I can be heard now.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Iris, I wish I could memorize the signs that you gave, but I think we understood each other when I said go. So it looks like we have a lot to learn when we do online and how to make it easier to communicate with students. So we have 3 reactors that will follow, and we are all interested to hear from them. I will tell the participants I had this idea of this session. I was supposed to be a reactor, but I said I'll be a moderator because I have an idea. But it was so frustrating if I had no audio. So, may I call in Dr. Irvi Kalimag? I thought that would be a good reaction to follow Iris, because Dr. Kalimag is teaching at the college and medical school. And then we will follow with Winnie and Jan, who will talk for the grade school and the high school.
So I
Dr.
hope I can share.
Yes. While you are trying to share, and if someone can assist her, I will say I must be the least.
I think I need uh, to enable. I
Uh,
cannot share.
Ma'am, you have that arrow on the
Yeah,
top
yeah.
of, yeah.
Nag-iikot-ikot lang siya eh.
Yes, ma'am. That also happened to me. Are you on a Mac?
Yeah.
Yes, it will require you to tweak the security settings or it won't allow you.
Oh my. Oh my.
Which is what I had to do to get audio. I had to go back to my security setting.
Uh, Peng, can we ask somebody to come before me, please?
Okay. Uh, Thank you, ma'am. Uh, can I, my partner in crime who's been helping me in the technical aspect of using Teams. I'm not this lack of techie, but Teams is a challenge and very new to me. I would like to call in. Uh, I hope you don't mind. I'm using your nicknames, but I don't know if the participants heard the introduction that Winnie Diola is a educational technology. She's exactly perfect for this topic. Sabi ko nga, I'm the least techie of the team. So Winnie is at the grade school level, right?
Yes,
And I was reading her short bio note just to prepare, just in case nga something goes wrong. And I'm amazed. She's so multi-awarded in the technology aspect, Microsoft, Apple, everything. So Winnie, um, take it away. Give us your reaction.
thank you, ma'am. So I'm sharing my slides now. So I hope everybody can see it. So good morning, everyone. And good morning, Dr. Peng, and thank you, Dr. Iris, for a very enlightening talk. We always talk about ways to improve or sustain student engagement, right? And indeed, you highlighted several ideas to consider in engaging our teachers and students in an online distance learning environment. So here are my key takeaways from your talk. So first, it's all about maintaining connections, right? Maintaining with the learners, maintaining with your classmates and their teachers, then creating meaningful learning environments. You mentioned about the students as students enjoy that they are active, collaborative, constructive, authentic, and goal directed. And the third one, you highlighted the use of Jamboard and other tech tools. And it's really about leveraging technology to support students' diverse academic needs. And with that, we empower our students with a voice and choice. So when all those things are considered and well implemented, I'm sure every child, either in the physical or virtual classroom, will have a learning experience that cannot be googled, as mentioned by Dr. Iris. And I really love that Dr. Iris mentioned about the feeling, that the students will feel the amazing in the zone feeling, where they are so involved with the activity that they are working on nothing as with the activity as if nothing else is important. So thank you, Dr. Iris, for highlighting what Mihai Csikszentmihalyi's theory of flow, right? And then as we reflect on the modules we prepare, teachers, the activities we include, we always ask ourselves, right? How can I keep my students actively engaged with other students, with my content, and with me, their teachers? So I really want to mention that to ensure our students that are actively engaged, I'm teaching in the grade school. I'm an edtech, but I still handle one class because I really feel that I need to know what the teachers are doing inside the classroom. I need to know how to be in an online distance learning environment. So we really need to balance the content delivery with interactivity. How you want your students to be interactive with the use of different tech tools. And of course, there must always be a time for reflection. So we always take note to give feedback, make sure that there's peer connections, promote learner agency, and have that intrinsic motivation. The highest intrinsic motivation is the flow, the feeling of flow, to ensure that the matching of skills and the task also is important during that time. And of course, the teacher presence. In the matching of skills and tasks, the balance of perceived challenges and skills are important factors in the flow theory mentioned by Dr. Iris a while ago. And by doing this, we are promoting a culture of collaboration in order to build a community of learners who are more likely to feel comfortable sharing and collaborating with one another. So as you mentioned, Doc Iris, we should always provide check-ins, right? Check on your students' understanding of the lesson and how they found the lesson. Especially, you've mentioned the learning playlist, the one for the learner design. So even in the grade school, we provide our learning playlist. So when you create the self-learning modules, either in PDF or organized in modules, as a way of connecting with our students, we can really empower them with a voice and choice, wherein they can choose their own path, study at their own pace and at their own time during synchronous and asynchronous session. So we can also include in our learning playlist what we call in the grade school, we have the got to do this. These are the required tasks that the students need to accomplish. But then they have the opportunity to select a learning activity or material to achieve their learning goals. And of course, to empower the students, we provide them the chance or the opportunity to choose a platform or manner to express themselves, to show what they have learned. And then finally, you've mentioned also about the several tech tools that allow the students to acquire, discuss, and apply knowledge, understanding, and skills they are learning. The challenging question here is, how can you leverage technology to create a meaningful learning experience for the students? So I hear the time, but give me a few seconds. But I think the various learning environments where students are encouraged and challenged to think critically, communicate with diverse communities, solve problems, innovate, and become self-directed learners. These are the learning environments that we really need to share, to make sure that the students experience in our, especially now that we are in the ODL. And lastly, you've mentioned about sparking engagement. I feel that authentic learning engagement will really highlight high attention and high commitment, right? And I agree with Doc Iris. We can only provide our students different learning opportunities for meaningful learning, but it's really up to them to take the challenges and become responsible for their learning. And as John Spencer said it, instead of giving students a map to the future, teach them to find their route, right? So thank you again and good morning to everyone.
Thank you very much, Winnie. We're having a little bit of technology with our two speakers. I will request our someone to assist. So while I'm waiting, let's play a game. I want to know, it's not really a game. Can everyone look at your reaction
Button.
button? I think, Winnie, ito yung third, ano? Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am. It's the third one.
Really learning. I will ask questions. Can you thumbs up? And we will see. Tama ba? We can see. Very good. Everybody, very good. I will ask questions and we will see the thumbs up on the participants list. Okay? Tama ba? I'm trying to make this interactive despite not knowing the technology. Okay? I want to know, how many of you, who of you have Twitter or use Twitter? Because love na love ni Iris yan, ang Twitter. How, marami ba? Konti pa lang no? Konti lang? Okay. Okay. 1 second. Okay, next question. You can decide to lower your hand. Next question. How many of you know about Jamboard? It was mentioned by Iris. It was mentioned by Winnie. How many of you have used it? Kahit na hindi kayo ang nag-organize, pero nakasama in a session with Jamboard.
Ma'am, I just wanted to share.
Yes, again, Winnie.
I'm just so happy because they're using it in college and starting preschool with our preschoolers, we're using Jamboard already. So it's nice. It's a very great tool.
Yeah, but, there was a question raised, a comment na, kasi Winnie, am I right? You're in De La Salle,
Yes, Paul.
right?
Yes.
So it's a private school,
Yes.
and somebody is asking about what about their situation. We'll go into that. I can see Irvi right now. I call her Irvi. I dare to call her Irvi. You know, they're all my friends. Doctora Kalimag, if you did not get the introduction earlier, Doctora Irvi Kalimag is, and Iris, we're in the same group. We're in the Health Technology Assessment Council. If you don't know that, read up on health HTAC, okay? And Irvi, are you okay now to give your reaction? Can you unmute?
I still cannot share my content,
Are you
but
willing to give your reaction without the
so
PowerPoint?
okay, okay.
Okay. Can you
So
spotlight Irvi, please? Thank you.
can you hear me now?
Yes, yes,
So
very.
actually, uh, I am about to share actually what I've been doing in my clinical epidemiology class, which is a research class, no. And in fact, what I do is at the start of the sessions, no, I my first session actually starts with a digital workflow in research, which is actually digital management. So I give them all the ropes and everything in order to engage them before I actually tell them about the deliverables. And in that way, no, um, they're able to engage in the authentic tasks. So anchored on a team-based collaborative learning model, the students are ushered into the course, no, through this digital workflow in research. They were then assigned a case and a journal article to appraise. Now, to have an active engagement, I actually asked them to do live search on Google or PubMed clinical queries. So the students, the peers, no, can actually see how it is done live. And this is done deductively. Instead of just giving them a case, no, I actually tell them this is the paper that you're going to look at, and I'm going to see if you are able to get the paper in just the minimum number of search terms. And then they ought to formulate a clinical question and then apply the evidence-based approach to critical appraisal of the literature. Now, what else do we do, no? So, I asked them also to utilize an online EBM calculator. So instead of just uh, them telling us the, okay, these are the risk ratios, no, and these are the odds ratios, for example, they're actually using the EBM calculator online to show their fellow classmates about how to use it. No? And then they write the EBM critical appraisal process in Word format, this time using the guidelines available on equator-network.org for so that they will be able to see if all the guidelines for actually writing these papers on critical appraisal is present, no? So after that, they are asked to apply the Vancouver referencing style to the retrieved journal article using Mendeley add-in feature of MS Word. And then create a visual abstract of the assigned journal. So kagaya ni Iris, no? Iris, so they do that, a visual abstract actually that they can put on Twitter. Or I can ask them to do, I actually ask them to do an infographic on COVID and then translate the uh, into different languages, Philippine-based languages, so Ilocano, Bicolano, no, and they posted it on Facebook. So they shared, no, on Facebook. And then, of course, an explicit focus on achievement of expected outputs with assigned grade points, no? Engendered through constructive alignment through the use of analytic rubrics that help to communicate, of course, high expectations. So, one challenge, of course, is, the students, no? When they submit their assignments, this will be the final paper, final critical appraisal. So I gave them a way to actually how to for a while to actually uh, name, no, a uniform submission of the file name as follows, no. So so that every time we download everything, no, it will be uh, arranged alphabetically, no. So everything starts with like clean F3, like clean F3, for example, Kalimag MP, hashtag critical appraisal, and then the name of the group, no, and then the academic year. So every time I download from Blackboard, for example, everything is in order, no. So yun. So actually the COVID times, no, these COVID times has actually allowed us to make use of technology, no, and maximize it to its full potential. So um, thank you very much. Mahirap mag-share kasi
Mahirap.
dapat visual talaga, no? Talaga technology enabled.
So that's
Ako,
okay.
so
Irvin.
ngayon technology disabled ako ngayon.
You know, that's what we all have to learn. That's a story in itself. Kasi while we have the technology, the online connectivity, we have to contend with all the challenges and problems that can crop up, di ba? No matter how good the resources are.
I
Yeah.
think it's also the platform kasi not most of us are used to using Microsoft Teams, di ba?
Yeah. So, you know, I
So
look
the
at
platform
it as a learning.
challenge.
It's a new learning for me. I have my own. Winnie knows how natataranta ako. And I just look at it as another platform to learn. So we're all learning it at this point. I will ask my friend Jan if she is available already. She is having also internet connection problem.
Hi, Ma'am Peng.
Jan,
Am I heard now?
hello.
I'm sorry. There's a typhoon, I think, here in Leyte.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
yes, yes, yes.
So
Meron.
we want to hear from Jan. She's with the Philippine Science High School in Visayas, no? The Visayas campus. And she's also a science teacher. So, Jan, take it away. Give your reaction to all this.
All right. I'm not sure if I can be seen, or I'm just hoping that my voice is going to carry over as I talk about my reaction. So I'm good, Ma'am Peng.
Yes, you're
All
good.
right. Uh, I like the title really, Sparking Engagement for Teachers and Online Learners, because I find this very, very appropriate even during the second year of our pandemic educational setting. You see, I have something very personal to share because I've seen my son slumped in front of a computer while attending his online class. And it really pains me that, I can't seem to help him despite me having these awards as an educator. It's been very tough making him engaged in his online classes. And this is not only about my son, but as a teacher, I've seen even, achieving students who used to be achievers not making themselves felt for months, not submitting requirements. And as a teacher, it makes you question your effectivity and even your worth as a teacher in this kind of learning platform. And from among the theories that shared by Dr. Iris Tan, what resonates with me is this community of inquiry model, which highlights the presence of teachers as a crucial integrating force in the teaching learning process. together with, the social and cognitive presence. When we were forced into this remote, and blended learning platform, many of us felt that as teachers, our presence have become insignificant. And this significance was diminished because we could not really see our students, we could not touch them, and we are only limited to a few hours in a week. And for those using online learning, this is something that I have seen from among teachers, that to compensate for this feeling of insignificance, what happened before during face-to-face class was transported to the online learning class. So if before the usual mode of teaching was using lectures, this has been transported to an online learning. And as evidenced by research and also based on what Dr. Tan shared with us, this is not effective in terms of engaging our learners. And because of this, we have disenfranchised many of our learners who could not focus as well as others. And it is really good that certain techniques have been shared, because these are things and these are tools that we can use as teachers when we go into our online platform again. And we may have used some of this, as shared by Dr. Kalimag and Ma'am Winnie. This is used, but I also would like to encourage teachers that, despite us knowing of these techniques, despite us using these techniques, we also have to assess. We have to assess whether these techniques are in our context, and these techniques are working very well with our students, because we might be given a lot of these tools, but if we just use this without reflecting over its effectivity, then we're still not engaging our students. And what this talk emphasizes really, and what this talk by Dr. Iris has emphasized, is this: that even when we are in a remote or blended learning, there is still one very important skill that teachers have to focus on, and that is our skill to be designers of the teaching learning process. And let me just go back to what Mom Winnie also said, that we have to leverage technology. But this is not, the presence of technology is not even there for many of our teachers in the rural areas, right? And so there also has to be other things. And what this talk by Dr. Iris also gave us, and it's just so sad that not many could actually listen to this, is the technique does not really have to be technology based. We really just have to go back to the humanity of the teaching and learning process, our presence as teachers, our compassion towards what our students are facing. These are the things which are really, at the end of the day, which I would hold as important. And I would go back now to my son, who's almost always lumped in front of his computer while attending a class. We just wish that as teachers we can see this image whenever we design our lessons and our classes in this online and remote blended learning platform. Dr. Iris Tan, thank you so much for sharing with us this very concise, set of techniques we can use, and for sharing with us the research behind why this could work for all of us. And that's it for now. Thank you so much for giving me time.
Thank you very much, Jan. So I'm giving you an actual clap, not a virtual. Sometimes kailangan na natin ng talagang yung totoo. So let's start.
May sound effect.
Yeah. Let's continue with our discussion. Actually, kahit na may mga glitch, 'di ba? Masarap pa rin ang ating usapan. Unfortunately, I'm trying my very best to do justice to things that are raised in the chat box. Of course, I see so many congratulations to Iris and the speakers, but there is also something that struck me and that was raised by Jan. So all of this technology puts a test and challenge to many of our schools and our fellow teachers who do not have the resources that other schools have. And siguro at the level of grade school and high school, although Philippine science ka pa rin dyan, so kahit papano the resources are still better than others. But can we answer the question, how can we bring down some of this learning? Maybe I'll ask Iris first. How can we bring down these learnings, or which parts are most critical that they can use if we will think of public schools or schools that have less resource?
So
Challenge, Iris, sorry. That's another
yes,
R.
ma'am. If you see my answer in the chat, I was calling on a friend, teacher Sab, because I do not teach in public school and do not know the circumstances. But I also know that in the same way that I'm very happy to share my examples, I'm sure there are other teachers who have done what they can given all the limitations, and they find that some things work and some things don't. When I do my faculty workshop, sometimes it becomes a sharing session because one time a faculty told me, I tried this that you said, but it didn't work. And so we discussed, why didn't it work? And then we try to find a better way of doing it. So I hope that our public school teachers will also have a venue like that where they can share best practices, but also talk about what didn't work, because that's where sometimes you can find ways to make it better.
Thank you, Iris. I'll ask Winnie because she's in grade school. And you have exposure to public school, Winnie, at all?
I have no exposure in teaching at all because my first and I think it will be my last
It's
here
in,
in the Rizal. But
but
I've
you
been
can
into.
contribute something for them. Yeah.
But because of the Metrobank Foundation, I became one of the resource speakers since 2016 for public school edtech conferences. So especially the one for the NAIAP, for creating science modules. But for me, it's really not about the use of technology because we always say it's just a tool for learning, right? We always focus on the seamless integration of what will work. You mentioned what's working. These are the effective face-to-face teaching strategies that we can tweak that now that we are in ODL, and of course the use of online. But the question, if what happens to the public school teachers and the students, let's focus on student engagement. When we talk about student engagement, we look at the modules that we create, right? It's all about the instructional design. The design is not, it's not all about Jamboard, the use of quizzes or Kahoot, but it's more of, are the students active when they do this activity? Just like Mom Iris, Doc Iris mentioned, do I really want 64% of acquisition for this activity? Or would I rather have more of the collaborative task wherein the students will really connect with one another? And we really want to highlight, focus on the understanding, right? That's the idea. If we want to achieve the learning goals, we focus on the understanding. Yes, we have the technology to help us, but look at the modules. If the modules will allow the students to go out, get materials, work with them. I'm also a science teacher, so I love things, love doing things, right? So it's maybe it's a hindrance, but I'm in a family of teachers. 5 of my in-laws are public school teachers. So I've heard all the struggles that they have, especially the opening of classes. But I always tell them, as long as you are able to connect with your students, I think you're doing great already. Right? So I think that let's highlight, do not highlight the technology tools. We can leverage instruction, we can leverage learning with the use of technology, but we are present. The teacher presence is number one.
So we, a very important message that's coming out is don't let technology rule you.
Yes,
Uh,
yes,
we're
that's true.
we are still the teachers. And an important point that Jan actually pointed out was that teachers as designers of the course or the class. So
Yeah.
you have to think, depending on what your situation is, how much technology you have, how much connectivity you or your students have. Very important yung sa students. And ang na-pick up ko, Winnie, naalala ko, kasi my own son is a teacher. I don't know what his specific title is, but he's a teacher in Philippine science as well. And he's in charge of the lab. And he does all these kinds of activities that students can do while they're out of school, not necessarily always facing the computer. So I'm thinking that that's very important also. And maybe to involve the family, find a way na it's not all stress and not all stressing. I can picture this the child of Jan when she was saying her child slumped sa may computer. So Jan, you have anything to add for our teachers, particularly in public schools, which is really, really challenging and which is where most of our teachers are? Thank you, Jan. Go ahead. Can you unmute, Jan? Unmute.
It's raining very, very heavily here. I'm not sure if you can hear me over this. But yeah, if there's one thing, this actually requires teachers to be more creative. And we always have this paraphernalia with us, this cornucopia of tools. But what works now and what's really most useful now is the creativity of the teacher. And as also emphasized by Dr. Iris Tan, there has to be the presence. The presence has to be there. Most of our students are disengaged. They feel detached. And I think it's also the same thing for us teachers. We can't see our students anymore. We can't hold them. We can't get their energy. And it's sort of it kinds of makes you think, am I still a teacher here now that this is a different learning platform? And I guess that the message of collaboration, the message of being there for our fellow teachers and our students has to be emphasized all the more. And thank you for really, Dr. Tan. If there's one thing that I will be reviewing about your presentation is those tools. Those what you can do when you're on a video call. It's really important because most of the time, your face is not even highlighted very much, and it really would work. Thank you.
I, I'm thinking I'm thinking that I'm looking at the chat. It's not really, we're all actually addressing most of the questions that are being raised about the challenges, but there are a lot of sharings of what they do. So I
Yeah,
will
we can see that.
the participants to go through them because I'm seeing, in fact, I wish I could take screenshots of some of the what they do, but I see some that is in Canada. I see some na ano, but I need someone to share from the public school. Yes, Winnie.
I think we can entertain Sir Archie. I think he's from public school. He wants to say something or ask a
Uh,
question.
I can't see him, but Archie, could you unmute?
Sir Archie.
So I want to hear from the, yes, Archie. Yeah, a Cebu. Okay. I want to hear from public school. Not because but because we acknowledge that there are more challenges in public schools, and most of our students are in the public schools.
Yes. I really admire, Ma'am. I really admire our public school teachers, especially during this pandemic. It's really challenging. It was challenging in private school. So how much more in our public school?
I want to bring back, while we're waiting if Archie will raise his question, I want to bring back the main title of the session. It's sparking engagement. So I love that you're saying it, but I need to emphasize it to our participants. It's not just the technology, it's about getting people engaged and not be disengaged at the very least, as Jan was saying. No?
Ma'am Rogeline
So,
is raising her hand po.
you
Ma'am
know,
Rogeline.
Rogeline,
Yes, yes po. Hello, good morning, everyone.
okay.
I'm from the public school, so I can feel what you are saying. I can very much relate to the topic. So, indeed, in the public school, it is a struggle until now, even in our second year of this new normal setup in education. So, sabi nga, we should not be overwhelmed by the use of technology in our classrooms. Yes, Jamboards and other softwares or applications are very, very helpful in educating our students. However, we really have to choose which platform is best for our students, the one that will suit our students. In my case, I'm handling the special science class, so most of them could afford to use the online platform, but there are still some who couldn't. So I have to make use of a learning menu where I could reach out to other students who cannot make use of online classes, or we make use of the blended learning. So I really appreciate the talk of Dr. Iris.
Jill, so when you
Yes,
said you try to reach out to those who cannot connect, how do you reach out? Telephone? What?
Yes, we make use of Messenger. We have a digital modular platform, so we could send the modules through FB Messenger, and then they could also send back their answers through Messenger. We have Google Forms. You can make use of Google Forms for those who can access internet. For those who have internet connectivity, and we partner with some organizations who could help us give load cards for our students, because some students have gadgets but they couldn't afford the
The
load.
load.
The internet, they don't have internet connectivity, so that's the problem. So they have the gadget but they couldn't connect. So I was glad because last year from Metrobank Purple Hearts Club, we were able to give 160 students load cards, monthly load cards of 300 pesos, and we are still working with other organizations to help us provide the students with the gadgets and the load cards. Hopefully, we'll be given another set
Where
this
are
time.
you based, Rogeline? Where are you
Yes,
based?
Lingayen, Pangasinan, ma'am. Ma'am
Lingayen,
Pen.
Pangasinan.
Yes po.
I love that we're reaching different areas, and I can almost imagine it will be a difficult thing if it's an area that doesn't really have good signal, whether you can pay or
Yes po.
not. But
Yes
that,
po.
hihiwalay natin, pa isa-isa ang problema, but I'm acknowledging that there are areas that really have very poor connectivity in
Internet
general,
connectivity.
not just because you cannot connect.
Yes.
Thank you. Very useful. So we listen to, there are ways of reaching out to students. I just want to go back to the engagement, sparking engagement of teachers and students. And really, if the teachers are not engaged and inspired and getting satisfaction, kasi I love the idea na, ako, personally, I get my gasolina, my energy from my students. And if you lose that, you affect also the engagement of the students.
May
Irby,
I share? May I share?
yes, Irby, go.
Yes. For example, even during the face-to-face sessions, I remember that my students would take pictures of me whenever I use, for example, show me as an electronic whiteboard, no? And they would place it in the reflections as part of the reflections. So actually, students also want us to be on top when it comes to technology, but as we have said, technology should be invisible while we should be present, no? And that is the best actually for engagement. I also noted yung FB Messenger. Kahit sa college and postgrad, they do not want sometimes to, go into the classroom anymore. For as long as you have your course guide and your study guide. Iris, yung study guide kasi it's very detailed already, no? What they have to read. So I do that as well. Messenger is the best actually for sparking engagement at any time, not necessarily during class times as well.
So I'm noting the time, but I'm also noting Samuel Sullivan's chat, which affirmed what I was pointing out, that there are areas really that are very, very poor, and the areas that do not have connectivity. I'm so sorry, Samuel, but I'm so happy you're there with them, and you will come up with ideas. You know, as teachers and my fellow awardees noted, one of the things that I think stood out was our creativity, resourcefulness, our reaching out and being engaged no matter what. So I'm calling on our participants to really do your best. But I want to ask a question and want to emphasize this, Iris. We were talking about you called it community of inquiry. I know it. I'm a nurse po sa mga those who don't know me. And in WHO and all kinds, we talk about community of practice. So maybe that's something we can address, how we can help and reach out. I don't know if I'm getting your concept correctly. Iris, could you expound on that and how Noted, what do you think can Noted do to promote that?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, that has to do with the last few slides I showed about the learning designer. So I give a lot of this presentation sharing my examples, but the learning designer is the first way that I saw that was online where I could share it and it will have, the analysis that will show the other teachers exactly what I did. So it's more detailed than what I can share with you now. But if you go to Learning Designer, although my design right now is in private, but if I put it on public, I could actually let you take a look at it. So I think building a community of practice means whenever we have these meetings, we learn from each other. And then I usually tell people I'm on Twitter. So if you have a question, tweet me. Or if you want my email, this is my email. So sometimes I get random emails from people who are also teachers and who tell me that, I tried your tool and this is what happened. And then what do you suggest? And I have learned to appreciate those kinds of questions because sometimes I can't even answer it myself. So now I go and try to look for it and then I try to give an answer. And next time, other people will do it as well. We're building this community right now because I see in the chat someone said, oh, there's a Stanford matrix I didn't know about. So I also learned that from someone else on Twitter. So it's not, these are called personal learning networks for me, and that builds our community of practice.
So it's something exciting. This time we should reach out and share with each other. We can have we can actually do this at the Noted level or just have a conversation like this or have a way to ask your questions, right? Um, I'm again noting the time, so I will ask you now. I'm looking at my thought notebook. Can I ask you your last word on this topic of? I know there's a lot more on sparking the students, but yesterday there was a lot of talk about the students, and today I really was happy to focus on the teachers because the teachers have a lot to do. So maybe we wrap it up. I will ask the speaker, Iris, and our reactors to give their last word, their last message to our participants and maybe to Noted. Iris, anong takeaway message natin for the group?
Okay, always strive to design a learning experience that helps the most students. I like reading quotes about teachers. One said, we matter, our work matters, and our work matters every day. Thank you po.
Thank you, Irby, Dr. Kalibang.
For me, I think the best way to spark engagement among our learners is for us to teach them the skills, no? Because once they feel empowered and they have the necessary skills to do whatever they like for everything, no, then that is the best way to spark engagement rather than teaching them facts. Of course, we know that as teachers, no.
Thank you, Irby. Winnie,
Uh, for me, I want to highlight the idea that we really need to empower students with a voice and choice. So creating learning playlists wherein the students have the options. We're talking about equity in education. If there really, we shouldn't limit what the students can achieve. I know that there are some challenges, but it doesn't mean that the others will suffer because the others are suffering also. So that's why if we can provide materials wherein the students can read or can listen to the audio or to the video, give those options. And in a self-learning modules, it's very important that the students have to create their own path of learning. It's not the teachers directing them on how to do and what to do, but really giving them the voice and choice on how to do things. Because that's only they become self-directed learners. Thank you and good morning.
And Jan?
I am reminded by this quote I read somewhere that we do not teach our subject, we teach people, we teach children. And we go back to that when we design our lessons because we can only engage our students when we see them as learners and as people. So with that, I say good morning to all of you and thank you, Dr. Iris, for sharing with us your thoughts on this.
Thank you very much. I'm seeing more chats, and I hope we will read the chats. Uh, my favorite person, Irene, I'm so sorry I can't ask that question anymore, but I will ask our speaker and reactors if they would answer how to assess. Some takeaways. The main thing is we have technology right now to help us, but let us not be dragged down by technology or the lack of it. Let us continue be teachers and let us continue to be teachers of students, of people with their own lives who are also similarly affected, who we don't want to see slumped down on their computers or losing energy. My own daughter is a clinical psychologist. Jan, also a graduate of Philippine Science, and she is getting a lot of people with depression at this time. So let us not contribute to that. Let us reach out. So it's not always through the internet. Let's reach out and reach out by text, by especially when you're not getting a sense that they're engaged, something's wrong, you want to reach out a little bit more personally. For noted, I'm picking up that there was a chat that said, mukhang we need training on some of these tools or even to find out a little bit more so that we can select. Kasi Jan said, see, I'm listening. Jan said we have to be very selective also and to select, and that's also Winnie's point, to select what is appropriate to your group, okay, to your situation and what is appropriate to everyone. And good day. Thank you to our speaker and our reactors. And thank you, everyone. It was a meaningful chat also that I'm seeing. Thank you very much. Back to you, Rizal. Thank you, my dear speakers.
Hi, thank you so much, Dr. Iris Tan. And of course, your topic is a very vital for our teachers who are embracing the online learning modality today. And of course, thank you so much, Dr. Twanson and the rest of the panelists. Wow, awesome discussion, awesome feedback and realizations. And of course, with the practice, I would say that the learning progress is very evident and it will bring not only 99%, even to 100% impact to its beneficiaries. Indeed, the sharing of minds is really phenomenal experience as we learn from each other in this collaboration. And of course, this is also giving us a chance to give more emphasis on the impact it can create, not only to us teachers, mentors, and other educators, but especially to our school children. And of course, we are so fortunate tonight in our second day of this international conference that this is a chance to expand, okay, expand our paying forward goals. As we keep the ball rolling, this moment we will be engaging ourselves in the presentation of our researches. So right now we will have our parallel sessions next. So like what we had yesterday, because I'm still waiting for Dr. Rizal to get in. Okay, so we apologize for the glitches at the moment. So he's trying his best to get back with us. Okay, so like what had happened yesterday, there will be a breakout session to highlight the theme of the studies presented. And we will be facilitated and guided by our dynamic technical working group. Okay, for our session one, equity and volatility, Dr. Eva Imingan, SOT 2009, will serve as moderator. And of course, meanwhile, for our session two, solidarity and diversity, Mrs. Milagros Banan, our SOT 2015, will act as your moderator and facilitator. Along with Ms. Rogeline Cancinco, SOT 2016, will be the moderator for session 3, the engagement and resilience. Okay, so here we go. I hope you could still hear me, and I'm still waiting for Dr. Rizal. So we will be awarding certificates. Okay, so here we go. Let me have to read the certificate for our speaker. The Metrobank Foundation Network of Outstanding Teachers and Educators Incorporated Certificate of Recognition is presented to Dr. Iris Tan, Professor, University of the Philippines, Manila, and Director of UP Manila Interactive Learning Center, for sharing your expertise and valuable insights as lead speaker during the panel discussion, and for delivering the talk entitled Sparkling Engagement for Teachers and Online Learners during the third International Noted Conference with the theme Equity, Solidarity, and Engagement, Purposive Education in Times of Change, held on October 8 and 9, 2011, 2021 via Microsoft Teams. So given this 9th day of October 2021, signed by our President, noted President, Josephine Lam, PhD, and of course, our Vice President of the noted and Chair of the Program Committee, Miss Ernelia Cao, PhD. So, congratulations and thank you so much, Dr. Tan. It's really inspiring, and wow, we were so happy and we are so privileged to hear you and share your knowledge. You're such an inspiration. Mabuhay po.
Thank you po.
Tanan, a vibrant morning to all from Iloilo City. Nueva Mangawang, SOT 2012 at your service. Nice to see you all virtually.
Good morning, Ma'am Nueva. It seems like this session is Nueva and Eva team. So how are you today?
I'm good, Ma'am.
I hope the weather is fine.
Truly a pleasant morning here despite a gloomy day outside, no? I am good and I hope you too, no? It's okay out there.
Yeah, okay. Nice to hear that, Ma'am Nueva. So we would like to acknowledge first the presence of our Metrobank Foundation officers. I saw Ma'am Irene a while ago. Good morning, Ma'am Irene. Thank you for your support and your presence, truly inspiring for all of us here in this session. And we would like also to greetings to all our participants from all over the world. We have participants from Canada, from Indonesia, Malaysia, and other parts of the world. So good morning to all of you from the Philippines. Mabuhay. It's morning here in the Philippines. We would like to welcome you here in session 1 in this parallel session about equity and volatility. We have 5 papers to be presented in this session, guys. So we would like to have you interactive with all the papers to be presented. Each presenter is given 10 minutes and shall present one after the other.
Okay.
Ma'am Nueva?
Thank you, Ma'am Eve. Ladies and friends, the presentations will be simultaneously presented.
All right, it seems like Ma'am Nueva has this intermittent signal. So for the participants, you may key in your questions in the chat box. We can always make use of our chat pane while the presentation is ongoing. So if you have questions, you can always write your questions in our chat pane. With that, we would like to request our presenters as well to keep track of the questions in the chat box and answer the queries addressed to them. Kindly specify the name of the presenter to whom the question is being addressed. So this will be now the order of the presentations for this session 1, ladies and gentlemen. So the first presenter is Ms. N. Saidia. The study is about evaluating the anticipated outputs. And then we have the second one, Ma'am Nueva. Hello, Ma'am Nueva. Okay, the second presenter is yours truly, Dr. Eva Inigan from Region 3. And we also have Ma'am Sheila Di Dalhica, Kevin Rose, and Sir Victor Becerra. We also have Rael B. Tela Texton and Maria Dolores Correa Patag. And the last one is Mr. Jose Marie M. Calamlam, Fritz M. Ferran, Lee Gerard A. Bacabali. So those are the 5 papers, the 5 brave souls who will present their papers in this session. Okay, Ma'am Nueva, are you?
Hello, Ma'am Eve. Sorry
Yeah.
for the glitches, no? The weather here in Iloilo is not good right now, so it might affect the intermittent signal. Okay, as again I have said,
It's okay, Ma'am Nueva, we understand.
Ladies and friends, now the presentations are simultaneously played later. And again, if you have some queries, you have the gray areas, you could make use of our chat pane to write down your insights also, no? But please, a gentle reminder, kindly write first the presenter's name before your question, so that when they read the chat box, they could be able to identify that the question is really for them. No? So this time, may we request our technical team to play the videos.
Good day, everyone. It is an honor and privilege for me to share with all of you the research being conducted by our office, the Field Technical Assistance Division of Region 3, by virtue of my assignment as SBM coordinator in the region. So the title of our study is The Deterrent Factors, Finding the Deterrent Factors that Limit Schools to Reach Level 3 or Advanced Level in School-Based Management of Practice. Now, it is common knowledge that School-based management, or SBM, decentralizes control from the higher offices to individual schools as a way to give school constituents, our principals, teachers, parents, community members, and our students as well, more control over what happens in their school. In view of this principle, it has been the annual activity of the Department of Education across all levels of governance, meaning from the central office down to the regional offices, SDOs, and districts, to monitor and evaluate the performance of our schools in terms of their SBM level of practice through school-based management validation. DepEd Order 83 Series of 2012 mandates the establishment of the quality standards of our schools to promote quality delivery of education services. Okay, so SBM is frequently advocated on the grounds that that it increases the accountability of the school site personnel. So our schools are motivated to become more responsive to local needs through the inclusion of parents and community members on decision-making processes. And as a Department of Education trust, this offers an opportunity for us to improve the quality of schools towards the attainment of quality teaching and learning outcomes. So what drives the study, okay, the research gap that we have seen as we monitor, as we conduct our M&E program activities, monitoring and evaluation. Now, we have seen the success of the implementation of the Governance of Basic Education Act of 2001, or the RA 9155, which provides the mandate for decentralizing the system of school management and recognizes the role of the local government units, or LGUs, and other stakeholders as partners in education service delivery. Consequently, there has been the launching of the Schools First Initiative, or SFI, in 2015 to empower the school and its community stakeholders to effectively address access and quality issues in basic education. And pursuant to the above mandates, the DepEd has issued DepEd Order 83, as I have mentioned a while ago, to further strengthen the school-based management practice and re-emphasize the centrality of the learners and the involvement of relevant community in basic education service delivery. But then, there are still existing difficulties and disparities in the SBM execution in different schools across the country, as based on the study of Fausto in 2014. And we also noted that after 8 years of implementation, there are issues and challenges gathered from the field. No, these are expressed by the SDOs, particularly in Region 3, in the context of Region 3, regarding difficulties of our school heads in the proper operationalization of the policies and guidelines as mandated by the DepEd orders, and increasing their level of performance, and of course in understanding on how to make SBM work in terms of improving the governance practices, and of course for the goal of organizational effectiveness. There are really barriers. So we have the assumption that some of the problems that SBM stakeholders might encounter include more work for the stakeholders, of course. There are less efficiency. There is an uneven school performance, and that is true to all based on the international assessments, an increased need for staff development. There's also the confusion about new roles and responsibilities of the stakeholders, because the failure to establish proper mechanism or institutionalized processes that would really cement, that would really that improve the performance of our school. And of course, the problem about accountability. So we have seen a lot of barriers that may prevent SBM from being implemented successfully. These include lack of knowledge by our stakeholders of what SBM is and how it works, the lack of decision-making skills, communication, the trust among stakeholders. This these are some of the factors that restrict decision-making authority and teachers' time involvement, the reluctance of our administrators and teachers to allow others to take over decision-making authority within the school level. So let's move on. Okay, this is the status showing the SBM level of practices in Region 3. There is a great disparity between level 1 and level 2 schools going to level 3, and that is what we wanted to provide technical assistance for to our schools, so that no school should be left behind. We believe always that when we look into the whole school organization and uplifting them, helping them upscale their performance, so everyone, especially the learners, would also increase their level of participation and performance in the teaching learning process. So these are the purposes of the study. As I have said, we want to know the factors that may cause schools not to meet the set criteria, and then from there, we'll be able to provide technical assistance to our level 1 and level 2 schools. We have been very keen in doing it based on the 4 principles. We want to establish mentoring and coaching mechanisms among schools through school partnerships, and this is an avenue also for us to look for mechanisms for TA provision that can further improve the level of practices of our schools. Research methodology, mixed method sequential explanatory design, which composed of the quantitative and the qualitative processes of providing answers to our statement of the problems. So the respondents are the 348 school heads. Okay, there are 368 all in all, including the SBM coordinators from the 20 divisions of Region 3. The research instruments, of course, individual interviews, questionnaire, focus group discussions, and the M&E data that we have in the region. We have done purposive sampling with the selection criteria and the statistical treatment data on the quantitative phase. And of course, we have the qualitative component following thematic analysis. So let's now go to the results of the study. This is actually the initial analysis, the results of the initial analysis that we have done. And for the leadership and governance, we have this list of indicators that has gotten the highest rating as deterrent factors of why is it that our schools are lagging behind their counterparts. The curriculum and instruction, accountability and continuous improvement, and management of resources. And the bottom line of the failure is that they were not able to follow the DepEd orders, the institutionalized mechanism, and processes in order to organize and to make things systematic for our schools in achieving their vision, mission, goals, and objectives. As to the qualitative, the results of the qualitative analysis, we have gotten all these major teams to provide recommendations on how they will go about improving their processes and mechanisms. Curriculum and instruction. Okay, the significance of research as a basis for innovative intervention is number one aspect that schools must do, so that these researches will become basis for innovative intervention. The implementation of the programs, projects, and activities. Accountability and continuous improvement. From the conclusions and the findings of the study, we have come up with recommendations dedicated for our school heads. I would like to highlight the additional ways to enhance SBM level of practice, which are the following: the improvement in quality of the principles and outputs, improving the quality of standards and curricula, professionalism among school personnel, quality of educational monitoring, the quality of moral and personnel upbringing, the quality of research, and the improvement of the quality of management system. This is very important. As per DepEd Order 44, Series of 2015, What else? Improving the quality of material and technical base and the formulation of policies and rules. We also have recommendations for teachers, okay? And of course, for our stakeholders. So we hope that the results of this research would really help in policy formulation, in improving our systems, mechanisms, our management of the school, so that we'll be able to journey together successfully in the new normal. And with that, I would like to say, Happy World Teachers Day, and thank you for being with me in this session. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. I am Ms. Riel V. Texan, and I am here to present to you my research about adversity quotient as correlates to professional quality of life among teachers, basis for a proposed wellness program. Mental health awareness is an important issue for all educators because they are the frontliners in combating the war against illiteracy. Furthermore, as they perform their daily tasks to both teaching and non-teaching duties, they ignore their own life issues and unwanted emotions just to make sure that the execution of learning competencies is not jeopardized. Initially, experts suggest that intelligence and emotional quotient are the two main determinants of success. But when life hits you hard, IQ and EQ shall not have your back, but instead, adversity quotient is to the rescue. Individuals are getting more mindful of their mental health. They discover terms that already exist but remain undiscovered. Adversity quotient or AQ perhaps seems to be a new concept which is not as loud as intelligent quotient or IQ and emotional quotient or EQ, but has been significantly essential to attaining and maintaining one's condition of mental health, primarily because AQ is anchored upon the science of human resilience. Resilience refers to the ability to cope or bounce back from high risk or adversity as measured by the four core scales of the adversity quotient. Adversity quotient or AQ is a measure of a person's ability to manage the adversity that he or she faces daily. Adversity quotient response profile, which has been introduced by Paul Stoltz of Peak Learning, alongside with its robust scientific study, quantified adversity as a construct to measure an individual's response to life, especially in adverse situations. So here are the four subscales of the adversity quotient profile. So again, here are the four subscales of adversity quotient. First is control, which is the subscale that measures the extent to which someone perceives how can they influence what will happen next. It determines an individual's resilience, health, tenacity, especially to those adverse situations. We also have O for ownership, which measures the likelihood that someone will do anything to improve the situation, regardless of their direct and recognized responsibilities. It determines accountability, responsibility, action, and engagement. Third is reach, which is the subscale that measures the degree of an individual's perception towards how adversity shall reach into and affect the remaining aspects of the situation and beyond. It determines burden, stress, energy, effort, and is said as having a cumulative effect to other aspect and situation. Fourth is endurance. Endurance is the measure or the subscale that measures the length of time the individual shall perceive the situation and how long will it last or endure. It also determines a person's hope, optimism, and willingness to persevere. Teachers are innately caring individuals. Upon getting to work in their respective institutions, they encounter circumstances that do not only test their adversity quotient, but also triggers their compassion fatigue. Compassion fatigue is a condition characterized by emotional and physical exhaustion as the negative cost of caring, and it consists of burnout and secondary traumatic stress. That is why, aside from the variable of AQ, the researcher also studied professional quality of life among teachers and its dimensions. Professional quality of life has three subscales. First is compassion satisfaction, and burnout and secondary traumatic stress, which are both elements of compassion fatigue. Compassion satisfaction is the pleasure derived from helping or caring and is usually manifested by helping professionals like teachers. Burnout is one element of compassion fatigue that means or results from feelings of lack of hopelessness from difficulty in performing a job efficiently due to large workloads, an unsupportive work environment, and believing that work efforts make little difference. Lastly, another element of compassion fatigue is the secondary traumatic stress, which is the third subscale of the professional quality of life. This is a negative feeling derived from vicarious experience or exposure to people undergoing stressful situations and traumatic events. Both burnout and secondary traumatic stress are elements of compassion fatigue. Teachers, as they are exposed to various traumatic situations, they develop coping mechanisms that enables them to bounce back and adapt to crucial situations. At the end, these are all the inspirations of the researcher in conducting this study. A proposed wellness program that will benefit teachers who are well taught out as the most important manpower of education shall be more helpful in highlighting not just the importance of a healthy mental state, but also of a healthy body through a holistic approach. The researcher hopes that it is high time to develop and implement a workplace program that will benefit teaching personnel to improve productivity for the institution and to contribute to the well-being of the community and stakeholders. For the statement of the problem, first, we are going to identify the adversity quotient of the respondents among its domains. Second, we are also going to identify or present to you the professional quality of life level among the respondents in terms of its three dimensions. Third, we are going to present to you the significant relationship, or if there's a significant relationship between the adversity quotient and professional quality of life among teachers. And fourth, based on the results, what wellness program can be proposed. For the hypothesis, the following hypotheses will be measured at 0.5 level of significance. Hence, there is no significant relationship between the respondent's adversity quotient and professional quality of life. Those who will benefit from this study are expected that they are teachers, learners, school administrators, guidance counselors, and psychologists. However, it is not limited to these groups. For the conceptual framework, just like what I have told you a while ago, we are going to find out the dimensions, the level of the dimensions of AQ and PROQOL, or professional quality of life, and therefore we are going to utilize these results to come up with a proposed wellness program. For the theoretical assumptions, we have the compassion satisfaction, compassion fatigue model. From the professional quality of life, the Center for Victims of Torture 2018. We utilized correlational research design in the methodology, which is a type of non-experimental study in which relationships are assessed without manipulating independent variables or randomly assigning participants to different conditions. Through this research design, we also examine whether and to what degree a statistical relationship exists between the aforementioned variables. Such a study is typically used to measure or describe existing conditions of something that occurred in the past. That is, according to Johnson, Seidman, Graviter, 2016. So we had these two research instruments. The first one is the adversity quotient 10.0, which is the most robust instrument in existence for measuring resilience. Again, AQ is the variable that we use in measuring the resilience, and its dimensions here. We have the 4 dimensions, which can be abbreviated into core, control, ownership, reach, and endurance. And then test takers completed a 14-item digital assessment that covers the subject's perception of and response to a diverse series of hypothetical adverse events. So, peak learning through my communication with Miss Katie, she provided a specific URL which I can use upon or during the data gathering. And the next one is the compassion satisfaction. Compassion fatigue, burnout, secondary traumatic stress, the dimensions that the dimensions of professional quality of life, which can be measured through its instruments, which
Okay,
is
sir.
or professional quality of life. For the results and discussion, we have here table 1. We can see that the adversity quotient among the respondents, only the core and endurance are average, and the ownership and reach dimension, they got below average, and even their overall adversity quotient is below average. Table 2, we can see that the respondents have high compassion fatigue. However, when it comes to burnout and secondary traumatic stress, which are the two elements of compassion fatigue, they both garnered moderate. Moving forward, there is no significant relationship between the overall adversity quotient and the professional quality of life among the respondents. In Table 4, it also showcases no significant relationship between control and the quality of life among the respondents. Likewise, in Table 5, no significant relationship between ownership and the professional quality of life among the respondents. Table 6, there is no significant relationship between reach and the professional quality of life among the respondents. Table 7, there is no significant relationship between endurance and the professional quality of life among the respondents. And this is the proposed wellness program that we were able to come up after evaluating the results of the previous tables. So because of the current situation, we opted to have 2 approaches. First is the face-to-face approach, and to address the average level of control and endurance, we have the healthy lifestyle contest, which aims to increase the level of control and endurance. Another face-to-face technique is the Biggest Loser Challenge Teacher Edition, which aims to address the below average level of ownership and reach. And as a result, through survey and interview, participants shall share how their ownership and reach domain improved by committing to their fitness and wellness plans. And also to conduct follow-up interviews to monitor awareness to the importance of a healthy body, to increase adversity quotient and limit reach. On the other hand, we have the resilient, the recipe for a stronger me, which can be done through an online approach and aims to address the below average level of the overall adversity quotient. Expected outcomes are: first, determine grit level based on the results of grit scale; second, demonstrate ways to become more resilient; and third, conduct self-assessment to monitor the increase in grit and evaluate program effectively. Maybe you are wondering why is that there is only 3 tables presented here. If you're going to take a look at my manuscript, in the attachment portion, you can see the entire wellness program that I have designed, addressing every tables, every data, and providing specific strategies and intervention technique that would cater the findings of this study. So if you want to take a look at that, you can see the attachments of my, please look for the attachments of my manuscript. All right. Significant findings: the senior high school teacher's overall adversity quotient is below average. In terms of the dimensions of adversity quotient, the senior high school teachers have average level of control and endurance and below average level of ownership and reach. On the dimensions of quality of life, the senior high school teachers were found to have high level of compassion satisfaction and moderate level of burnout and secondary traumatic stress. There was no significant relationship between the overall adversity quotient and professional quality of life among senior high school teachers. For the conclusions, the below average level of respondents' overall adversity quotient also signifies their poor response to life adversities. However, this may also reflect the amount of the hardships that they experience and their capability to empathize with others who face and experience monumental adversities. That is according to Stoltz, the one that coined the term adversity quotient. Second, the average level of control endurance among senior high school teachers suggests typical resilience, health, and tenacity, especially to adverse situations, while their below average level of ownership and reach attempts to focus or redirect the blame of unfortunate events to others. Then, their high level of compassion satisfaction, of course, is being characterized through their power of grit and compassion by selecting a profession that reflects concern, passion, and dedication. On the other hand, the moderate level of burnout and secondary traumatic stress among them typically address or showcases vulnerability to experience burnout and can balance the unwanted feeling and cope with it. Lastly, the overall adversity quotient and the quality of life among the senior high school teachers are not significantly related, and this can be attributed to the caring profession they have imbibed into their individuality. We also recommend first that the proposed wellness program be implemented to address the issues identified in the study, specifically to senior high school teachers as they are the respondents of the study. Second, teachers be empowered to control their situation, promote accountability, limit the reach of their adversity, and adapt skills to increase resilience and endure difficult situations by involving them to mental health and other psychosocial trainings and their activities. Third, the local government consider partnership with external stakeholders to promote wellness and provide free and affordable services to all its constituents, especially to the public school teachers to promote work-life balance and uplift their morale. Lastly, that an action research using this proposed wellness program as an intervention be conducted. So lastly, let me end with this quote. You cannot teach without loving. They say that teachers are like candles. We consume ourselves to give light to other people. But when we are tired, greedy, and we're not inspiring at all, but rather we feel tired, consumed, and if that would be our situation, I'm afraid that we cannot no longer inspire people and we can no longer provide light to our students. We can no longer enlighten them, inspire them, and help them. So in order to help others, we should also take care and help ourselves. That is why let us all be resilient and nurturing resilient teachers in order to nurture our learners and of course our family and personal life. With that, thank you and have a nice day.
Hello, I am Jose Mariam Kalamlam. On behalf of the research team, I'm presenting to you our research titled Perception on Research Methods Course, Online Environment, and Self-Regulated Learning During the COVID-19 Pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic forced most governments to temporarily close educational institutions in an attempt to contain its spread. Several countries have implemented localized closures impacting millions of learners. These nationwide closures have negatively affected over 89% of the world's learning population. The loss of contact hours due to lockdowns resulted in adverse effects in the education sector. Further postponement of schooling can negatively affect learners' academic achievement. Presented by the consequences of prolonged delays in schooling, educational institutions across the world are tasked to implement alternative interventions to continue the teaching learning process amidst school closures. Hence, an immediate migration to full online learning is necessary to continue schooling. However, a shift to a complete online learning will be difficult. Although online teaching is not a new mode of delivery in schools, there is always a chance that some teachers who are not techno-savvy will not be able to cope up with this mode. Prior to the pandemic, several studies already reported adversities teachers face in creating and implementing online courses. The most recent administration of Program in International Student Assessment, commonly known as PISA, last 2018 is evidence of this looming adversity. Results show that that most participating educational systems are not ready to offer most students opportunities to learn online. Due to the general unreadiness of school systems and teachers, the unprecedented massive migration from traditional in-class, face-to-face education to an online education setup poses a struggle to the education sector. But regardless of the challenges in this migration, the teaching learning process should still continue. The urgent transition to full online learning due to the current educational crisis brought by COVID-19 necessitates the use of self-regulation in an online learning environment. With this context, this study aims to explore the learner's perception on online environment, their self-regulated learning skills, and their academic achievement in a full online learning course during the COVID-19 pandemic. The study answers these two research questions. First, are there significant changes on learners' perception of online learning environment, SRL skills, and academic achievement during the research methods online course? Second, is learners' perception of the online learning environment during the research methods online course a significant predictor to their SRL skills and academic achievement? Presenting next the methodology of this study. The research method online course is created for practical research 2 subject. Specifically, the online course exclusively covers quantitative data analysis. The learning playlists include teacher-made videos, online handouts, and online activities in which preparations took 3 weeks to complete. Data for online learning perception, self-regulated learning skills, and academic achievement were collected periodically. The NXDBLEQ and ASRLS had been administered to the participants every 2 weeks. Academic achievement was collected per learning playlist, but was further grouped into 4 equal waves. Wave 1 included learning playlist 1 and 2, Wave 2 included playlist 3 and 4, Wave 3 included playlist 5 and 6, and Wave 4 included playlist 7 and 8. Presenting you next the findings of the study. The total online environment had an initial rating of 3.199. This measure is based on the latent perception of learners in the previous academic years. The first measurement of learners' perception of the implemented online distance learning, though, was conducted in the second week, where the rating dropped at 3.123. This decrease, though, is considered not significant. Ratings increased in the following weeks, where the total rating for the online learning environment reached 3.151 in the fourth week, then ended with a rating of 3.240 in the sixth week. The increase from week 2 to week 6 is considered significant. Despite the reported changes, there is still no significant difference between the initial and final online learning environment scores before and after the online course. NXGBL environment consists of 5 components: interoperability and integration, personalization, analytics, advising and learning assessment, collaboration, and accessibility and universal design. Similar to the trend for the total rating on the NXGBL environment, all components have no significant differences between initial and final ratings before and after the online course. Components ratings had dropped in the earlier parts of the online distance learning, then gradually increased at its later part. These later increases are significant for all components except for interoperability and integration. Results of repeated measures of ANOVA for the NXGBL environment suggest that learners started to appreciate more the online learning environment in the latter parts of the online course. Although the trend suggests an increase in perception at the end of the course, learners find the quality of their online environment still statistically the same with the online environment they had before the quarantine. A subtle decrease in the perception of the online learning environment is observed at the start of the online course, but ratings consistently increased viewing online distance learning with the same with the pre-quarantine setup. The decline could be attributed to the learner's perceived overload of cumulative work from all courses at the start of the online distance learning program. Another reason for the decline in online learning environment rating could also be explained by initial learner resistance to a completely unnatural shift to online learning. Although in the initial phase of online distance learning, students perceived a subtle decline in their online learning environment. A gradual increase, though, is observed at the latter parts of the research methods course. This could be explained when the school as a whole started to properly gauge the appropriate number of online activities as online distance learning proceeds. On the other hand, the gradual increase of perception could also be explained by the decrease of learner resistance as the program ensures. Self-regulated learning, though, had an initial total score of 3.154. The score is based on the learner's appraisal of their skills for the previous academic years. In the second week of the online distance learning, the first time self-regulated for the program was measured, learners' self-rated score slightly dropped to 3.134. In the fourth week, the score slightly increased to 3.140 and it ended with a score of 3.164 in the sixth week. Despite the subtle mean differences, okay, changes in self-regulated learning is considered not significant. Self-regulated learning is divided into 7 factors: memory strategy, goal setting, self-evaluation, seeking assistance, environmental structuring, learning responsibility, and planning and organizing. All changes are still considered not significant before and after the online courses. Among the 7 factors of self-regulated learning, only learning responsibility is reported to have a significant decrease on the earlier parts of the online course. The results of the repeated measures of ANOVA revealed that self-regulated learning remained virtually the same throughout the implementation of the research methods online course. Perhaps the learners involved in the study were already categorized based on their self-regulated learning skills, which means learners who already possess high levels of self-regulation before the pandemic remained to be self-regulated during the online distance learning program, while learners who initially possess low levels of self-regulation remained to be unregulated during the program. An alternative reason for retaining the same level of self-regulated learning could probably be explained by out-of-school influences. Previous researchers increasingly showed the impact of out-of-school factors on school achievement. The quarantine forced educational institutions to continue the teaching learning processes outside of school, hence increasing the restrictive effects of out-of-school factors in performing self-regulated learning. Another possible explanation is the limitation of self-report tools such as the ASRLS, which is to measure self-regulated learning levels that do not represent actual learner behaviors. For the learning playlist 1 and 2, learners got a mean score of 73.103. Scores increased in the learning playlist 3 and 4, where students received a mean score of 88.492. This increase in mean score is considered significant. A slight decline was observed in learning playlist 5 and 6, where learners got an average score of 84.284. This time, the decreased mean score is considered not significant. Scores further declined in learning playlists 7 and 8 with a mean of just 60.760. The decrease in the mean score at this point is considered significant. In total, there is a significant decrease in score from the first to the last waves of learning playlists. The learner's academic achievement is measured through learning playlist scores. Evidently, the trend of scores followed an inverted U-shaped pattern. A rise of scores is observed at the start of the research method course, but scores began to decline at the in the latter phases of the course. Okay, so the initial increase of scores could be explained by the schools and learners' adjustment to the online distance learning. As discussed earlier, the perception of the online learning environment started to increase as the research method course ensues. Apparently, this increase in the perception coincides with the second wave of learning playlists, where an increase in score is also observed. On the other hand, the decline in score in the latter part could probably explained by the stagnant development of self-regulated learning skills and the increasing difficulty of topics. Since the application of self-regulated learning is a significant factor to academic achievement in online learning setup, the unimproved self-regulated learning skills of learners is evidently inadequate to more complex topics at the second half of the course. Regarding components of NXGBL, the 5 predictor model was able to account for the 55.1% of variance for self-regulated learning. Among the 5 components of NXGBL environment, analytics, advising, and learning assessment is the only significant factor to self-regulated learning skills. The results of the regression analysis imply the influence of perception on online learning environment to self-regulated learning skills. Concerning components of the NXGBL environment, self-regulated learning is only affected by analytics, advising, and learning assessment. Regarding the components of the NXGBL environment, the 5 predictor model, which only accounts for 0.3% of the variance for academic achievement, is not significant to establish a relationship to learning playlist scores. It is actually perplexing to note that the perception of an online learning environment has no significant relationship on learners' academic achievement. Researchers believe that academic achievers in the research methods course are internally motivated to learn. They are engaged in learning regardless of their views of the online environment. That's all for the presentation of my study. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all our presenters for this session. We were enriched by the results of the study. The relevance and meaning is truly significant for pedagogical improvement. So, Ma'am Nueva, can we look now at the, yes, we can now proceed the open forum.
Yes, ma'am.
The chat pane.
I have seen, may I see, I am checking right now. So far, no questions at all. So,
there are no questions.
There are no questions. At this moment, there are no questions. So therefore, the presenters really did their job, no? To to give the message to everybody. But may I share my insights regarding what you have shared, Ma'am Eva? I am inspired with your research regarding the SBM practice in your office. No, we know that SBM is part of our system in the DepEd. So, because it allows competent individuals in the schools to make decisions that will improve our learning, no? And it also gives the entire school community a voice in every key decisions. So what you have shared, Ma'am Eve, is really inspiring. Yeah? Moreover, SPM is also frequently advocated to the grounds that it increases the accountability of the school site personnel. So, thank you very much, Ma'am Eve.
Yes, Ma'am Nueva. Medyo choppy ka, but I can understand the message. So I'm grateful that you were able to appreciate the results of the study. I would also like to congratulate the other two presenters, especially Sir Kalamlam and the study of Ma'am
Ma'am
Rayel,
Texon.
no?
Ma'am
It's
Texon.
regarding adversity quotient as correlates to professional quality of life of teachers. I think this program is very good for our mental health. No? Our teachers are our frontliners in this pandemic, and they are into a lot of stress, psychosocial stress they're experiencing. So we need to support. We need to guide them, provide support for all our teachers. I'm all into it, because they are the ones doing all the works in the field, and we were once teachers, Ma'am Nueva. We know the difficulties, we know the challenges, how hard it is. Iba yung challenges ngayon in this pandemic. Perhaps if we are still teachers, it will be very difficult for us as well. So we are sympathizing for all our teachers in the field, especially facing the challenges in the teaching and learning process in this pandemic. So I truly appreciate the results of the study of Ma'am Rael, providing a wellness program. I hope, Ma'am Rael, that you will be able to cascade the wellness program to all other schools, no, and not only in your school, because it's very relevant and truly meaningful for everyone, including us, no, Ma'am Nueva, and also for
Yes.
Sir. Yes, especially for sa mga teachers na nasa liblib na lugar, in our hinterlands, mahirap magturo doon. Imagine they need to cross rivers, mountains, and it's truly tiresome for these teachers. Imagine. Okay. And for parents as well. They need wellness program. All right. For Sir Jose Marie M. Kalamlam, ang ganda. I truly appreciate the presentation, especially the statistical analysis of Sir Kalamlam is truly remarkable. So congratulations to Sir Jose Marie. Ang ganda ng mga graphic representation niya on the perception on research methods course outline, online environment rather, and SRL during the COVID-19 pandemic. So I think really need to understand, we need to read more on this kind of researches, kasi truly enriching our minds, especially the wisdom behind these researches are truly significant for all of us as educators. Okay, so Ma'am Nueva, we have no questions, so meaning to say,
Yes, we
Ma'am
are so
Nueva,
happy.
there are no
Yes,
questions in our chat pane.
yes, we
And
are so
the time is
happy, no?
ticking. It's 14 minutes, barely
Hello.
14 minutes to 12 o'clock. So perhaps Would like to thank
Ma'am
our
Ma'am
presenters.
Eve, Ma'am Eve, there is someone raising her hand. May
Ma'am
we
Eva,
know? Yes, yes.
this is ano,
I think Ma'am
Georgie.
Nueva has lost her signal.
Oo.
Ma'am Nueva, can you hear me?
Yes, Ma'am Eve, but I
Okay,
have a
so
poor
ladies
signal.
and gentlemen, for this session, we are so delighted to have each one of you. We hope that we were able, the researches, the presentations that was shared by our presenters are truly, highly.
Ma'am Eve, someone is
Okay,
raising
Ma'am
her
Josephine.
hand. Oh, because I cannot access. I'm sorry. The
Yes, Ma'am
weather is not
Joji,
really.
you are acknowledged.
Yes, please.
Ma'am Joji.
Um, how do we go back to the plenary?
Hi, Ma'am Irene. Ma'am, ipo-pull out lang po kayo later po ng admin if tapos na po yung time.
Oo, kasi I thought nasa plenary na.
Ay, sorry po. Nasa session 1 pa po, ma'am. Tapos na lang po, ma'am eh.
Wala kasi nagsasalita eh.
Okay po. Sige, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello po. Tech team, may we ask, nasa session 1 pa ba kami or nasa plenary na po?
Ma'am Neva, nasa session 1 pa po, ma'am.
Kasi,
Magpo-pull out po kayo mga after 5 minutes yata.
sige, kasi hindi pa kami tapos. Nagulat na lang kami na na-redirect kami.
Okay, ma'am.
Oo,
5 minutes pa po.
sige. May I check? Pasensya po sa mga nangyayari. May we check? Kasi nagulat kami. Oo, naibalik kami sa sa main session.
Main room.
Main room. Okay. So, may I check? Is my partner, Ma'am Eve here? I guess naiwan siya doon, no? We are having the Ma'am Jody, pasensya kanina. I am about to click the
No problem,
the button. But you know, the weather here in Iloilo City is not so friendly that even the PLDT fiber cannot help. So again, we would like to congratulate the amazing paper presenters that we are inspired with their topics. We educators really would surely learn and implement what they have given to us this morning. Despite this present situation that we are having right now, the mobility is difficult, but let us keep going. Remember, every day is legacy giving opportunity. Let us continue to inspire others as our mantra in noted, Ma'am Georgie, that us for others. So we are existing because of others, that we believe that we could give more as a noted family. But before we can we have the picture taking first?
Yep.
But that is important because that is also a milestone to us. This is the first ever virtual international conference. And may we request, can we do that by batch? Firstly, we could request, yes, can we open the cameras of the another group for paper presenters?
Ayan, finally, I see you.
Ma'am Shirley, our noted, introducing our noted president in Iloilo, Ma'am Shirley, Doc Shirley. So kindly open all the paper presenters, kindly open your camera.
Hello, everyone.
The moderators.
Hello, Ma'am Josie.
With the moderators and the Metrobank Foundation family.
Ay, congratulations, Ma'am Jo, ha? Hindi na yung anak ang kinocongratulate ko yung nanay niya.
I was supposed to say na sana, yun nga, yung teacher researcher ang ma-produce natin in the coming
Kakapasok lang ni Ma'am Sorano. Alam mo, Sir Marie Georgie, Jose Marie, magko-comment pa sana ako, nagulat ako, wala na ako sa session. Pasensya. Congratulations again. Sige po, our tech team, kindly sige po, yung muna, yung moderators, paper presenters, then the Metrobank Foundation family. Ma'am Irene, kahit retired ka na, member ka pa rin po, ha? Ikaw.
Paper
lifetime yan. Sige. Ay, Sir Dominic.
Ako ng camera.
Sige po.
Okay, game.
Hi, Sir Dom.
Tech
Kasya naman yata
family.
tayo eh. Ilan
Oo.
tayo?
Tech family, tech game, picture po.
Sige,
Ma'am, we'd like
sige
to
ako na magpi-print screen.
request lang po, ma'am, na ano yon, na paki-open po ng camera po ng lahat.
Ito na muna po. Tapos pagkatapos ng
Okay.
by batch muna tayo. Ito po yung mga working committee ng noted at saka yung paper presenters. A smile. On my cue, 1, 2, 3. Okay, done? Are we done? Can we request now everybody to join the photo room or the session for the
Kasya naman tayo.
Marami na palit anak kasi nililista.
Kasya po tayong lahat, ma'am. Kasya po.
Ayan, please open. Baka mawala
Sir
na sila.
Rodel, Ma'am Victoria, and the rest na hindi ko makita, kindly open your cameras.
Ayan, there they are.
Wow, we're getting many, Sir Ronel. Sige po, wow. Sige.
Yeah.
Come on. Please
Palit ng
open.
background. Okay lang yan.
Sige po. Hindi ako marunong kasi hindi techie. Sige po, more, may 16 pa po na hindi naka-open ang cameras. We are waiting for you kasi ita-transport na tayo sa main room. So let's take the opportunity po to to have the picture taking. Minsan lang maka-join si Ma'am Irene, si Ma'am Mary Ann, and lahat. So po, it is opportunity to be with everybody. Please open your cameras now and smile. Nakakamiss ang mga
Ako na po ang nagpi-print screen, nag-screenshot.
Yung tech team natin po na
Pwede kayong mag-screenshot para you have also your your picture.
Kuha na din po. Sige po.
Hi, Ma'am Irene.
Hi, sir.
Oh, hello.
Ma'am Irene sa General Assembly.
Sige po.
Wala na yata yung iba dito eh.
Akala ko automatic tayong nata-transfer. Kasi baka kung magdi-dismiss tayo, mawala tayo sa
Oo, ima-manual daw tayo ililipat na.
Okay.
Last 1 minute po, ma'am.
Yeah.
Last minute po, ma'am. Last minute.
1 minute.
Ay, very good.
Okay.
Again, thank you very much, our brave and amazing paper presenters, and to all our participants, and I'd like again to acknowledge our MFI family, including the retired. Kasi in-emphasize ni Ma'am Irene na retired. Pero sa amin, you belong pa rin, Ma'am Irene. Yan ba mukhang retired na parang fresh na fresh, no? So I know you're enjoying your life right now. So again,
may I remind the group na
Yes,
please accomplish the evaluation form, ha? Kasi mamaya po ilalagay yun doon sa kabila. Abangan nyo na lang po sa chat box kasi the certificate of participation recognition will be generated right after you accomplish the evaluation form. Okay?
Okay. May I also remind that the certificate of recognition for our presenters, this will be sent to your emails, no? Pasensya na po, nakulang tayo sa time. We were not able to present that. So again, our gratefulness from your noted family. So,
congratulations.
Yeah.
Automatic ba na?
Okay.
Automatic.
Oo, ililipat tayo. So habang naghihintay, kwentuhan na lang.
We miss each other, you know.
Congratulations, Ma'am Josie.
Wala akong internet connection.
Hirap talaga sa
Pero sige lang, kaya naman. Ang gagaling ng mga team, no? Lahat tayo. Oo, kasi siguro ganun yata yung nagiging bunga ng nung ating pagsasamahan. If you will remember, this is not the sole idea of the
volatility, navigating complexities and ambiguities in the changing world. We have 5 papers to be presented. Each presenter is given 10 minutes to present one after the other. My dear participants, you may key in your questions in the chat box while the presentation is ongoing. Your questions may be addressed to everyone or directly to the presenters where you can have a further discussion. Now we would like to request the presenters to keep track of the questions in the chat box and answer the queries addressed to them. We shall watch out for questions that may be answered by the presenters during the open forum.
This will be the order of the presentations. The first presenter that we have is Mr. Nathaniel A. Aliguyon. The second is Mrs. Frosil F. Miguel. And our third presenter is Dr. Dick P. Lapitan. Fourth is Mr. Alvin O. Insorio, followed by Mr. G. L. John C. Haro.
After the 5 presentations, we shall have a 10-minute open forum for questions you would like to further ask the presenters. Ma'am Gail and I shall read them for you from the chat box. May we now request our tech team to play the videos.
I think we're having a technical problem. There's no audio. Can we do it again, tech team? Probably we need to optimize the sharing and allow audio to come in. Maybe we can stop sharing and share it once again. And let's optimize our share so that we can hear the audio.
We can also check on the mic, maybe it's muted.
This makes us even more excited.
Ano ba meron sa iyo? Inisip ko na ako dyan. Hindi ka nakita? Ito sorry sa akin. Siya. Ang video na ito. Nag-play tayo ng siya. Oo, video na. Mic is muted.
Yeah, it's playing, but the mic is muted. Our tech team kindly assist on the presentation.
Audience. Wala ako sa ano, tinanggal ako ng drone. So, tinanggal anay. Ginasay ka man ikaw anay. Ano na sabihin? Narinig ka or nakikita yung screen?
We lost the screen also.
Maybe we can do it again.
Hi, good day everyone. My name is Prosil and together with my mentor, Dr. Maricar S. Prudente, I would like to present an action research conducted last school year regarding contextualizing the disaster risk reduction management practices and parental involvement in blended distance learning in times of pandemic, where Philippines being a calamity prone country has experienced a number of typhoons, recent earthquake, and volcanic eruption due to its topography. The disaster risk reduction practices, preparedness, prevention, mitigation, responses, rehabilitation, and recovery in school needs to be contextualized in a blended distance learning environment at home, where lesson activities, integration of parental involvement to ensure safety and continuity happens. So the presence of the learning management system where the SDO Manila purchase Google for Education subscription is unique and enable them to give and provide the teachers a laptop and a pocket Wi-Fi, each teacher, tablet per household, and 10 gigabyte internet connection per learner, and customized G Suite allow me to benchmark a study wherein I'll be able to apply activity-based and digitized teaching and learning, integrating in a disaster risk reduction management practices in Google Form Learning playlist. The permission to conduct the study was secured from the School Research Committee at the Division Schools of Manila. Alongside with this is the development, phase content, language and grammar validation of the Google Forms Learning playlist in DRRM, covering the most essential learning competencies about fault, earthquake, and typhoon for grade 8. The Google Forms Learning playlist consists of 30 items concerning knowledge about content, skills on practical application in times of disaster, attitudes towards a certain phenomena when occur, and the interoperability of the GFLP were incorporated in the collection of email, response receipt, limit to one response, showing progress bar, and formative assessment. Videos, GIFs, pictures, and links containing the lesson within the bounds of the Google were integrated for engagement. Interoperability of the LMS was maximized 1 MELCs per week, running for 6-week lesson of teaching and learning. Characterization of the respondent of the intervention was done prior to the conduct of study through questionnaires in Google Forms. The interview guide for parents were done a week after the teaching and learning. Limitation of the internet connection was resolved using GCash to address equity and intervention. Effectiveness of the instrument were measured based on the achievement scores, mean and standard deviation. Quirkos application was used for qualitative analysis of the interview questionnaire. Data shows that majority of the students in grade 8 is in the age of 14 with the ST of 0.930, which signifies the homogeneity of the group. A bigger percentage of the learner were female, and a learning space is being utilized at home by 92% of them. A big percentage of the learner uses a smartphone to be used as for online classes. According to the perception of the students regarding their parents, they're aware that there's a need for them to enroll their child in school and they are open in the change of role as a teacher collaborator. Materials relative to online learning was perceived by parents. Data show that there is a need for parents to explain how classes takes place in an online mode, as well as on building communication with school personnel and be updated with through social media and social pages. Homogeneity of responses through the computed ST were observed. Majority of the parents were in between the early 40s, heterogeneously employed and unemployed. 19% are currently single parents, and 46 are notably college graduate, which is very good, maintaining at two child per family. It is also noted that 54% of these families are renting and 7% are receiving 4 piece, mitigating between the income of 3,000 to 19,000 combined income monthly. They made use of a smartphone to access communication with the school and provide online learning for their children. Experience difficulties of parents regarding this assistance to their children in BDL is unstable internet connection and distraction from noise at home and social media, followed by the insufficient data allowance and the difficulty to address lesson which needs an intervention of the family, such as coaching and sit-down teaching. It was blamed that the presence of the learning space is least of their concern, as well as they don't have any problem regarding the health of their children. Parents, in their own perception regarding their role in teaching and learning, perceive that there is a provision and suggestion for they gave a provision and suggestion for alternative materials which can be used for performance-based activity. This implies that parents have many options in making the performance-based activity to be done productively. Students are almost every time following the schedule routinely of synchronous and asynchronous classes to make their studies meaningful and easier. Relative to this, study habits and ability of the students generally, most students find themselves always asking help regarding their studies. Adult or any parent at home tends to watch or glance while having their online class. Parents to get updates through school GC or group GC based on practice. They do not tend to resort on social media, web page, and do not have a knowledge on the school landline. Generally, parents understood and explained the K-12 curriculum, which means parents has the capacity to understand the content of the subject matter. This is perceived by students, and they also sense that their parents has less focus on giving assessment. They seem to be inclined in teaching their children about non-academic skills such as cooking, baking, drawing, dancing, and singing. Within these practices, harnessing the presence of parents at home should be part of the recommended learning approach in the normal. And this is to sustain this. The integration of the Google Learning playlist allow me to come up with a formative assessment to, and it was found out that the mean achievement are quite high. Understanding the Philippine area of responsibility, its significance and implication in the pathway of typhoon top the most learned lesson. It is followed by how land masses and bodies of water affect the development of typhoon, explaining how earthquake waves provide information about the interior of the earth was the lowest in terms of the learning achievement of the melts earth and space. However, it can be inferred that the lowest SD, which implied the homogeneity of the lesson, concerned for the student with the most or least topic. Overall, this is a very good learning achievement for the children. In the aspect of the RRM, the mean between parents and student responses in the 24 items are almost equal except for the disaster adaptation, where adjustment of individual disaster is measured. There is also a difference between the level of consciousness of parent on how to respond and eventually adapt once there is a disaster. In teaching and learning experiences given to the students in an online learning mode, concept of DRRM was learned, however, the result of the measured standard deviation or the amount of variation or dispersion among students are higher compared to parents' responses in questionnaire. This indicates that parents signify a more homogeneous understanding of the topic and practices of DRRM. The age and experience are a mediating factor of this study. Deeper analysis of understanding how the role of parents can be maximized in DRM practices at home are implicated in the word cloud in a curriculum application. This signifies that the learning experiences of student DRM is attributed to their hands-on experiences which can be seen in their parents, even in an online mode. There are three main concerns a parent signifies consciously, and that is it is important to take note that they prioritize scenario planning and emergency responses. This refers to the mitigation, like looking for the material preparation that might affect the responses once disaster happens, like preparing food, exit plan at home, being updated in the news, and establishing presence of mind to execute a task. It is very good to take note that parents find a way to teach the child through direct coaching and through practices done at home. This is a good thing to hang up and check as a teacher. And even teaching values during disaster are part of the teaching at home by parents. This made me conclude that blended distance learning, considering the role of teacher in designing a self-directed autonomic enriching experience at home as educator, the responsibility to create an engaging collaboration with parents lies on the teacher. This is important, obviously, to take note that aside from providing learning materials to support BDL, parents should teach their child at home and directly through giving a particular um, input. Teachers should create a learning experiences that provide interaction with parents through child. Simple basic practices of games, charades, role play, home-based experiment can lead to an improved practice of risk reduction management at home. Thank you so much and God bless po.
First of all,
Next presenter.
I would like to say good day to each and everyone. I am Dick Palmosena Lapitan, School Head of Kakidugan National High School, one of the last mile schools of Kasibu, Nueva Vizcaya, Region 2. It is my pleasure to meet you virtually. Here is the title of the research I'm going to present today: Addressing the Difficulties of Kakidugan National High School Teachers in Conducting Action Research Proposal through Professional and Learning Development Activity. Learning is the core of the Department of Education's DepEd mandate. However, DepEd is not only a learner-centered government institution, it is also an organization that constantly incorporates the learning process in implementing education policies and programs consistent with its vision. Since teachers are active participants towards the development of education, it is expected from them that by knowing the problem in the classroom and by taking an action regarding that problem, teachers become the catalyst for change and responsible agents for the improvement of their own classroom teaching and for uplifting students' learning, according to Eula, Barrera, and Acompanado 2017. The purpose of the study was to help teacher participants of Kakidugan National High School in enhancing the research skills in the preparation of action research proposal through the conduct of learning action cell sessions and peer teaching activities. Here are the research questions. Number 1, what are the performance levels of the teacher participants based on their self-assessment and their research written outputs before and after the conduct of learning action cell and peer teaching activities? Number 2 question, which among the activities enhance the research skills of the teacher participants in the development of action research? What will be the action plan or project to continue helping teachers in the development of action research? Here's the scope and limitations. 15 permanent teachers of Kakidugan National High School were included in the study except for 2 teachers, 1 permanent teacher who was on her maternity leave that time, and the one who was designated as school research mentor in the preparation of classroom-based research. For the research design, this study was a project-based research which employed the input, process, and output. Moreover, it utilized the combined quantitative and qualitative in gathering and analyzing data. The research tool used in this study was adapted from the tool developed by Prudente and Aguja 2018. The 10-item questionnaire was modified to gather data on the self-assessed performance of the teacher participants. Sets of rubrics were developed to assess and evaluate the teacher participants' outputs on development of the classroom-based action research proposal. Here are the results and discussions. The table below shows the means and self-assessed performance level in terms of action research essential components before and after the conduct of learning action cell and peer teaching activities. It reveals in the table that generally the teachers perceive themselves as proficient in terms of all the essential components of action research prior and after the conduct of learning action cell and peer teaching activities with an obtained mean of 1.81 and 2.08 respectively, with their performance levels are both proficient. The findings of the past and current research support the need for intervention studies to investigate teachers' real-world concerns about performing action research to enhance teaching. A series of learning action cell and peer teaching activities were held at Caquilogan National High School to assist teachers in preparing their action research ideas. Additionally, the school had collaborated closely with the appointed research coordinator to assist teachers' research learning. The succeeding table on the means and teachers' performance levels of teacher participants on their action research proposal before and after the conduct of learning action cell and peer teaching activities. As shown in the table above, teachers receive an overall mean score of 1.11 for the key components of an action research proposal, indicating that they were on average beginners at conducting action research. More precisely, the teacher participants were categorized as novices when formulating a research title with a mean of 1.18. This implies that, although teachers could develop workable initial titles, they weren't particularly clear or complete due to the usage of words that were somewhat unsuitable and did not accurately represent the study's issues and goals. Additionally, they omitted several critical values from the study titles. Meanwhile, teachers had difficulties while doing literature and study reviews with a mean of 1.09. They had difficulty organizing and arranging the selected literature and studies while ensuring that at least 5 relevant and current studies were included. The teachers were considered beginners in terms of formulating research questions, with a mean of 1.09. This discloses that the research questions written by the teachers were not related to the chosen topic. Teachers also repeatedly distributed topics with no modification. The research questions were absent or identifiable. According to the results, teachers struggled to include evidence in their writing output to support their topic and create more compelling introductions with a mean of 1.09. Additionally, the written introductions did not elaborate on or substantiate the study's problem. Additionally, when citing references or using the APA citation style from legitimate and reliable online or offline sources, the teachers were evaluated as beginners. The study's results indicated that the teachers made mistakes in the use of the APA style. These mistakes included the use of informal language. Similarly, Reference citations were generally inconsistent, with many incoherent and confusing sections. The findings may indicate that teacher participants are unfamiliar with the fundamentals of developing action research proposals before the conduct of the learning and development activities. This could also imply the institutionalization of learning action cell and peer teaching activities from the school's designated research coordinator and continuous technical assistance and guidance from the school head, implying the emergence of a school research culture. Furthermore, the table indicates that the overall performance level of the teachers in terms of the action research proposal components after the intervention is highly proficient. This means that the teachers know the ins and outs of action research, have no trouble creating and conducting an independent study, and can provide technical assistance to others at some degree. Additionally, in terms of the teacher's rating of the specific components of the research proposal, it could be claimed that the teacher's written outputs for the research titles and problems obtain the highest rating, which is both highly proficient. This implies that the teacher's titles were brief and comprehensive. They presented most of the study variables, touched on the general problems and objectives, showed their relevance to the chosen specializations, and addressed the instructional concerns. Some of the terms used were appropriate because they facilitated understanding of the topic. Meanwhile, teachers were rated proficient in the selected three components of an action research proposal: writing a comprehensive introduction or context and rationale with a mean of 2.18, sourcing out for the related literature in studies to support or negate claims, content, and findings with a mean of 2.18, and citing references or using APA citation guide from legitimate and reliable online or offline sources. Notably, the teachers improve and gain proficiency in writing thorough introductions as a result of their increased ability to describe the background of the research and justify the study's purpose. On the other hand, teachers have noticeably improved their use of the EPA citation guide, citing references and authors from credible and authentic sources in their work. Based on the results, the teachers' research skills have marked improved when comparing their general performance levels before and after the intervention activities. Further, the teacher's performance level has increased from being a beginner to proficient. The results could mean that teacher participants have improved a lot from learning action cell and peer teaching activities conducted. However, they should continue learning and honing themselves on the rudiments of classroom-based action research. The activities that enhance the teacher participants' research skills and performance in formulating research questions and articulating a research title were the conducted learning action cell sessions, numerous pre-teaching, the inclusion of open forum in the learning action cell session, entertaining and answering queries or questions about the rudiments of research, as well as the regular follow-up. Extending technical assistance, motivation, and giving of feedback on their outputs on the part of the school head researcher. Learning action cell and peer teaching keep honing and equipping oneself on the rudiments of research, including the school head, is one of the recommendations. Provide samples of action research or studies from the different learning areas. Craft a reference guide on the 5 most important parts of action research, and conduct learning action cell on time management to help teachers managing their time in conducting research. Thank you and good day ahead of us.
Thank you, Dr. Lapitan. Please, may I remind the participants, you can key in your questions here in the chat box. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Daisy P. Isguera from Manuel V. Gallego Foundation Colleges Incorporated. I am pleased to present to you our study, which is entitled Online Teaching Experience of College Instructors of MVGFC, Capability, Platform Preferences, and Challenges. For the background of the study, the latest threat to global health is the ongoing outbreak of the respiratory disease that was recently given the name Coronavirus Disease 2019 or COVID-19. So this study was brought about by the outbreak of the coronavirus disease, which affects not only our economic system but also our education system. To avoid the transmission of this disease, many infrastructures, especially schools, were forced to close. As per Daniel 2020, page 91 to 96, many governments have ordered institutions to cease face-to-face instruction for most of their students, requiring them to switch almost overnight to online teaching and virtual education. At Manuel V. Gallego, flexible learning has been adopted. However, instructors are being challenged to adapt to the sudden change in the education system. The school provided trainings to help them overcome the circumstances encountered by the instructors. Are they really ready for the change? For the statement of the problem, this study aimed to assess the capability of college instructors to teach online at MVGFC, the difficulties they encountered, and their coping strategies. The general statement of the problem is the first one: how may the profile of the instructors of MVGFCI be described in terms of age, gender, civil status, department where they teach, and level of knowledge in terms of digital skills? Next is how may the participants describe their capability to teach online in terms of gadget-owned, connectivity, digital skills such as making PowerPoint presentation, posting, uploading, and using other teaching applications such as Zoom application, Google Classroom, or Google Meet, and etc. Third is what platforms are preferred by the participants in teaching online. Next is what are the difficulties encountered by the college faculty in teaching online. Fifth is how do they cope up with the difficulties they encountered. And lastly, how may the socio-demographic profile of the instructors influence their problems encountered in teaching online and coping strategies. For the conceptual framework, we have the independent and dependent variables. So for the independent variables, we have the profile variables such as age, gender, institute, and civil status. For the dependent variables, we have the experiences in teaching online. So these are the capability, gadget-owned, connectivity, digital skills, platform preferences, difficulties, and coping strategies. The study utilized descriptive correlational design and mixed method of quantitative and qualitative research as the research design. For the participants of the study, we have a total number of 21 full-time respondents or full-time faculties from different institutes of Manuel V. Gallego Foundation Colleges Incorporated. The researchers used a questionnaire using structured questions using 4-point Likert scale items and open-ended questions as the research instrument. For the results, again, we have a total number of 21 respondents. We have 10 married respondents, 10 single respondents, and 1 widowed respondent. We also have a higher number from ages below 30 years old, and we have a higher number of female respondents. It also shows that laptop is the most used gadget, followed by smartphone, and they mostly access their internet at home and at school. It also shows that Wi-Fi is the most used internet connectivity, followed by a mobile data. Most of the respondents rated themselves high as high in level of knowledge in terms of digital skills. And it also shows that Zoom is the most used platform, followed by Google Meet. It also shows that most of the respondents can do very well in terms of the specific digital skills that are presented. For the difficulties encountered, it shows that most of the respondents are having a hard time in checking outputs and assignment with a weighted mean of 2.90. It is followed by having a hard time in producing modules and teaching materials, as well as having weak internet signal in their area with a weighted mean of 2.71. And for the coping strategies, it shows that most of the respondents were trying to explore on their own the digital tools that they were asked to use in their online teaching with a weighted mean of 3.43, followed by asking assistance if there is something that they do not understand in the digital tools that they are using with a weighted mean of 3.38. For the relationship of social demographic profile with difficulties encountered and coping strategies, it shows here that in the digital skills, it is significant but negatively correlated with age and civil status. So meaning the younger and the single ones rated themselves high in terms of digital skills or knowledge in terms of digital skills compared to the older and the married ones. For the difficulties encountered, it shows that it is significant and positively correlated with the civil status, which means that the single ones encounters least difficulties compared to the married ones. In terms of coping strategies, the coping strategies, it shows that it is not significantly correlated with the social demographic profile of the respondents, which means that in whatever their social demographic profile is, they were employing the same coping strategies. For the respondents from the open-ended questions, two questions were raised for this study. The first one is the support from the school. So the respondents are seeking patience, training, avoid deduction, high-speed internet connection, and emotional, mental, and physical support from their school. And for the support from the colleagues, respondents were seeking for support from their school. And for the support from the colleagues, respondents were seeking for knowledge sharing, assistance and cooperation and understanding from their colleagues. And for the key findings, the larger number of respondents are ages below 30, followed by ages above 60 years old. Respondents access internet connection mostly at school and at home. Respondents mostly use laptop, followed by smartphones. Zoom and Google Meet are the most commonly used platforms. Wi-Fi is the most used internet connection, which means that they also have Wi-Fi at home, followed by a mobile data. For the conclusion, it shows that college faculty possess the capability to teach online in terms of gadget-owned and knowledge of digital skills. Instructors use multiple platforms in conducting their online classes and mostly use laptop and/or smartphone. They access their internet connection either at school or at home. Instructors have difficulty in producing module and teaching materials and in checking outputs and assignments. Instructors are able to cope up with the difficulties by exploring online teaching tools on their own and asking assistance from their colleagues. High-speed internet connection is a must in online teaching. Without it, the effectivity of online teaching and learning is affected. Married and older faculty experience more difficulties in online teaching. For the recommendations, administration must install high-speed internet connection in order to completely conduct online classes successfully. Provide support to the instructors by giving assistance and guidance in using digital tools and continuous training in making teaching materials. And lastly, they should be given emotional support and encouragement by the school and assistance and understanding from their colleagues. So that's the end of our study. Thank you so much and have a wonderful day.
Good day, everyone. Good day. Good day, everyone. I'm Alvin Sorio, Master Teacher 2 at San Pedro Location Center National High School. Together with my co-authors, Cheryly Manaloto and Janet Larenya, it's our honor to present to you our study entitled Exploring Work Immersion at Home, Humanities and Social Sciences Students, Compliance, Difficulties, and Evaluation. Senior high school grade 12 students must experience work immersion before graduation as prescribed by the DepEd Order Number 30, Series of 2017. Work immersion is a required subject for senior high school students before graduation. Work immersion is the best avenue to hone and develop students' skills and competencies according to Mahagway 2020. However, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, government do not allow work immersion on the company, business, or school under community quarantine. The student must stay in their houses and experience work from home. This is a big challenge for the work immersion teachers on how to bring work immersion related experience to the comfort of students' houses. Work immersion at the time of COVID-19 pandemic must be done at home since community quarantine was not lifted. Division Memorandum Number 90, Series of 2021. By work immersion, students were expected to expose and be familiarized with the work environment relevant to their chosen specialization. The researchers tried to find out how successful was work immersion of grade 12 UM students was done at their home in terms of their compliance, difficulties encountered, and evaluation. On the other hand, San Pedro Location Center National High School main campus, the grade 12 UM students were required to take work immersion subject in the second semester, where face-to-face interaction was prohibited in school and institution partners are not catering the student for work immersion. So the said school must find ways on how to bring work immersion experience to the students' home. Related literature review, according to Vecina and Normal 2020, insufficient evidence was established regarding the extent of implementation of work immersion. Previous studies were conducted relating to work immersion of technical vocational livelihood track and STEMS track. It is better to undergo a deep investigation regarding the students' work habit, competency development, and common problems encountered during the implementation of work immersion, according to Gamboa et al. 2020. However, no study has been conducted on how work immersion can be done at home during the pandemic time, particularly in UMS. It is timely to make an action research to address the problem, which is aligned to the basic education learning continuity plan of the school. The study aimed to explore compliance, difficulties, and evaluation of humanities and social sciences students in work immersion done at home in the new normal situation. Specifically, the following questions are: 1, what is the level of the compliance of the students during work immersion at home in terms of accomplishment of portfolio and work immersion guide as required outputs? Second, what are the mean scores of the students in the 2 summative tests? Third, what are the difficulties experienced by the students in terms of work habit, family support, and supervisory support? Fourth, what is the evaluation of the student in work immersion at home in terms of implementation and competency development? Study believed in experiential learning theory of Kolb, make experiential learning theory possible in the new normal situation. The conceptual framework following the PDSA model was utilized to secure the continuity of learning even at home. So during the pre-implementation, the work immersion teacher create group chat, then meeting with the UMS teacher for the work immersion plan, consultation with the students and parents was done, then profiling of students, prepared career and grouping of students was done, then distribution of materials was done in the school. In the implementation part, virtual orientation was conducted together with virtual meetings with the parents, students, and UMS teachers. Series of webinars and online meetings was conducted. Then the students must accomplish the portfolio work immersion guide and answer the summative tests. For the post-implementation, students were asked to make concept paper, retrieve the portfolio, the outputs on school, then the researchers conduct survey and interview, analyze the submitted outputs and the data. For future action, so reflect on the students' feedback, comments, and suggestion, make action plan for the next research cycle, craft mechanism for the next work immersion cycle. The findings of the study was shared through LAC session and faculty meetings, and hopefully present in the conference and publish the paper. The study utilized practical action research design, exploring students' compliance, difficulties, and evaluation in work immersion at home of UM students in the time of health crisis. Respondents of the survey are grade 12 students, 156 out of 162 who underwent work immersion at home in San Pedro Location Center National High School for the school year 2020-2021. So the students are expected to have industry or institutional work immersion experiences, but due to the health crisis, this was not possible. So these abrupt changes in our school where work immersion was conducted at home. Participants are selected through voluntary basis and do not receive any exchange in favor. Study used survey questionnaire via Google form, determine the student's profile, compliance, difficulties, and evaluation. So the survey form was evaluated by the 3 head teachers in terms of validity, content, and face validity. So that instrument was pilot tested in other schools, so who experienced work immersion at home for the internal consistency using Cronbach Alpha. Second instrument is the 25-item summative test for the 3rd and 4th quarter to measure the acquired competencies validated by the UMS teacher. The 4th is the teacher's record, and the 5th is the interview guide question to support the quantitative findings. Data gathering, a letter of permission was secured to the school head, signed by the head teachers, followed by communication with all immersion teachers. Administration of summative tests was done every quarter. Students' output were collected at the end of the work immersion implementation period. The survey questionnaire was distributed by a Google form through group chat, and semi-structured interview were conducted through telephone call. So for the data analysis, for quantitative data, we use frequency percentage weighted mean to describe the data, Kolmogorov-Smirnov and Shapiro-Wig for normality of data, Kruskal-Wallis H test and Mann-Whitty U test for significant difference when respondents were grouped according to sex. For qualitative data, so reflective thematic analysis was considered in analyzing qualitative data using manual coding. Member checking was done to establish the credibility of qualitative data by returning the transcript and analysis to the participant and elicit their agreement on what transpired on data analysis. So as a result, depicted on table 4, the data do not resemble normal distribution since the p-values are less than 0.05 alpha. It means non-parametric test of difference is the most suited rather than parametric tests. Based on table 5, most of the students were able to submit the complete portfolio and work immersion guide as requirement of work immersion in grade 12. It means high compliance of students was observed in the implementation of work immersion at home through the submission of requirements. On table 6, the student passed the 2 summative tests with a mean score of 18.87 and 21.37. Some students got highest possible score in the two summative tests. In terms of challenges, the students found it difficult to beat the deadlines of submitting outputs because they were preoccupied with household duties that they need to perform. They got distracted with the noise in the environment, experiencing unstable internet connection, and found difficulty in answering the learning tasks. In terms of family support, they experienced less assistance from their family in accomplishing the learning tasks because their parents are busy in their work. Their guardians seldom coordinate with the work immersion teacher to talk about their learning progress. Their parents limited their time on using devices to join in online webinar and meeting because they were expected to perform household duties every day. In terms of difficulties regarding work immersion teachers, supervisory support, they experienced not loud and clear voice during the webinar and meetings, which was caused by having a stable internet connection. They were also shy to ask questions and voice out their opinion. Some students have less communication with the teacher and receive late reply to their queries. They receive unclear direction on how to perform the learning tasks. On the table 10, the students' evaluation of work immersion regarding its implementation as excellent. The students developed their good attitude, work habits, and appreciation of work which are aligned to their field of specialization. In table 11, students evaluated work immersion concerning competency development as high, which means the student developed the target learning competencies for UMS graduate. In table 12, statistical difference in work habit of the students during work immersion at home exists through the Kruskal-Wallis H test when the students were grouped based on the area of interest with a p-value of 0.018, which is lower than 5% alpha. It means the student under human resource management developed more positive work habit compared to education group. In table 14, no significant difference exists between male and female respondents. It implies that male and female students experience the same difficulties in terms of work habit, family support, and supervisory support. For the conclusion, based on the findings, the students have high compliance with the requirements of work immersion at home, despite the difficulties experienced. They pass the two summative tests that manifest their learning competencies at assumed students. Difficulties like unstable internet connection, time management, noise distraction, difficulties of learning tasks, less parental assistance. So these are difficulties they experience. However, they evaluated the implementation as excellent and they developed competencies at UMS graduate. So this study was limited in 5 sections in 1 school and implemented last for 4 months only because this is school-based action research. It is better the study was conducted from different schools on a wider scale to determine the gap and areas to improve. It suggested that future researchers conduct similar study considering the limitation of the findings of the study from various institutions. Moreover, work immersion teachers should always be lenient and considerate to every student since they have background and technological capabilities. Here's our action plan for the next research cycle of action research. Here's our references. Thank you and God bless.
Good day to all the participants of this third International NOTED Conference. We are pleased to present to you our study entitled Caring Pedagogy and Exploration on Distance Learning in English. And I am Jiljon Cijaro. With me is Dr. Antoinette D. Cortez. Now, to begin, I'd like to give you a short backgrounder. The COVID-19 pandemic has posed challenges in education systems worldwide, imposing significant long-term effects in terms of access, quality, and management. Now, above that, UNESCO 2020 reported that the deprivation of traditional learning methods has
were answered in the study. First, how did the teachers employ or implement the standard procedures in the delivery of science modular instruction through home-based learning approach by way of performing the following roles and functions as enumerated below. 2, what gaps were noted in the performed roles and functions of teachers as compared with the expected roles and functions? 3, was there a significant difference between the expected and the actual roles and functions performed by the teachers? 4, what possible suggestions were given to address these gaps? 5, what model was proposed by the researcher for the teachers to effectively perform the expected roles and functions in the delivery of SMI through HBL approach? For the research methodology, the study was conducted in the Schools Division of Marinduque, employing a complete enumeration of 179 grade 6 teachers from the 173 elementary schools, 127 elementary schools, and 357 grade 6 parents based on the grade 6 learners enrollment. A researcher made questionnaire for teachers, schools, and parents were validated and pre-tested before its actual use or actual administration through face-to-face modality after the first and second quarters of SY 2020-2021. A mix or triangulation design was employed, then the mean, percentage, frequency, ranking, one sample t-test, and pair t-test were employed for the statistical treatment of data. For the results and discussion for SOP1, here is the summary of the rating of teachers, school heads, and parents in all phases for quarter 1 and quarter 2. It shows here that the majority of the teachers for phases 1 to 6 perform the roles and functions within the standard or under the average level 4. Level 4 means within the standard. This was supported by the ratings given by the school heads and parents as they are directly observing the teachers in the performance of their tasks. Same results were obtained for phases 9, 10, and 12, that majority of the teachers perform the roles and functions within the standards, except for phases 7, 8, and 11, those highlighted in green, that majority of the teachers perform the tasks below the standards or under level 3. Level 3 means below the standards. For the results and discussion for SOP2, here is the summary of responses of teachers as to the level of performing the role in functions in the SMI to HPL approach. For phases 1 to 6, results reveal that although majority of the teachers responded that they performed the roles and functions within the standard, there are also percentage of teachers who responded that they did not perform the task as expected of them. The expectation that 100% of teachers will perform the task in accordance with the standard was not met. Thus, gaps were noted in phases 1 to 6. But for phases or same results were obtained for phases 9, 10, and 12, just like phases 1 to 6. But for phases 7, 8, and 11, those highlighted in green, almost half of the percentage of the teachers responded that they performed the task below the standard. Thus, bigger gaps were noted in these three phases when it comes to the role and functions as assessor of knowledge, as evaluator of learning, and as giver of feedback. For the results in discussion for SOP3, here is the summary results for the significant difference between the actual and expected roles and functions of teachers. And in this screen for phases 1 to 12, it is noted that there is a significant difference comparing the 12 phases or roles and functions. But there is no significant difference between the performance of teachers between quarter 1 and 2 in all phases of implementation. And in the light of the findings of the study, there were suggestions given by the respondents to address the gaps, as well as the frequency for each suggestion, which I will not read anymore to save time. And for the conclusion, in the light of the findings of the study, here are the conclusions. For conclusion number 1, majority of the grade 6 science teachers perform the roles and functions within the standard set by DepEd as planner of learning delivery, as communicator of learning delivery, as lead person in the distribution of learning package, as lead person in the delivery of learning package, as lead person in receiving the learning package by the parents, as implementer of science modular learning, as validator of learning, as recorder of the evidence of learning, and as lead person in the retrieval of learning package. For number 2, majority of the grade 6 science teachers perform the roles and functions below the standard set by DepEd for the following roles: as assessor of knowledge, evaluator of knowledge, learning, and giver of feedback. Number 3, majority of the teachers perform well on their functions, focusing on the preparation of learning resources. Number 4, majority of the teachers perform not so well on their functions, focusing on student learning and student-centered communication and information. 5, gaps were noted in all phases of the implementation. Number 6, all the 12 identified roles and functions were not performed by most of the teachers in accordance with the standards set by DepEd. And number 7, there is no significant difference between the performed roles and functions in the first and second quarters in all phases of implementation. And to address the identified gaps, the researcher was able to develop a model, the so-called SAEPS model on standard procedures and processes in the delivery of SMI through HBL approach. This is to provide guidance for the schools or to the schools as the direct implementer of the curriculum to effectively implement the SMI through HBL approach, because the researcher envisioned that DepEd will continue to employ HBL not only this pandemic, but also on inclement weather days and other unexpected natural calamities, so as not to disrupt classes. Thank you very much for listening.
Good morning, everyone. I am ready to answer your questions. Hello po, ma'am. Nakamute po kayo. Let's wait for the second presenter to be presented. Dr. Sai, thank you very much and congratulations. The questions will be entertained during the open forum after the 5 presentations. Thank you.
Thank you.
So may we request the tech team to play the second video, please. So again, we would like to remind our participants that you can type in your questions in the chat box and then to be answered by our presenters. And if we still have further questions later, we'll just read them for you during our open forum. So again, may we request the tech team to play the video. Okay, here you go.
Good afternoon, everyone. The topic of my paper is on the perception of students on the synchronous classroom and asynchronous learning modalities in Education 103 and Education 108. My main problems are, to what extent have the curriculum learning outcomes been demonstrated by the students in EDCP 103 and EDCP 108? What are the advantages and disadvantages of the flipped classroom flipped classroom in these two subjects? And what are the recommendations of this study? The studies of Chow in 2002, Cave in 2018, Oak-Flaherty in 2015, and Ostok M. et al. In 2013 have assisted the current researcher to make a well-perceived study plan with focus clearly stated attainable learning outcomes in the cognitive, affective, and psychomotor domains, with appropriate learning techniques and strategies for student-centered, problem-solving centered, and subject matter-centered curriculum content of 103, which is the teaching profession, and 108, which is the teacher in the school community culture and organizational leadership. This is a class collaboration on a quantitative descriptive action research project with the main researcher. The researcher improvised a 20-item questionnaire using a 5 Likert scale, which was answered individually through Blackboard platform, and the open-ended questionnaires as to what extent they have demonstrated the curriculum learning outcomes. I have here the first table on learning outcomes. There are 10 items, and I don't need to read to you because it will consume so much of my time. But you will notice that the general average is 1.09, which is a strongly agree. The overall score shows that they strongly agree to the statements to which they demonstrated their 16 learning outcomes in these two subjects. Positively, each one responded to the statements about their skills in reading, creative thinking, problem solving, thinking out of the box, summarizing, sharing of insights and values, oral and written communication skills, research skills via their exhibited recitations and reflections. As future teachers, they have likewise demonstrated their varied roles as a teacher, facilitator, leader, planner, researcher, collaborator, actor or actress, major parent partner, and a community school leader, initiator, global educator who is aware of the 2030 UN goals, problem solver of the global, national, and local communities, issues and challenges of current and future teachers of the 21st century learners. It could be gleaned from their responses that they are ready to assume major responsibilities of a future teacher to handle these mentioned skills. I have here 7 statements on multiple intelligences. And you'll notice that the respondents in both courses have demonstrated their multiple intelligences in the asynchronous and synchronous learning modalities via their positive responses, which rank as always in all items, which is interpreted as all of their average scores and ranks as a strongly agree, which they have demonstrated via their oral and written communication skills, musical, physical, environmental, existential skills, including self-confidence, respect, and acceptance for one another. The subject 103 on the teaching profession has emphasized the teacher's roles as a model, as a missionary, as a professional, as embodied in the professional teacher's ethics. The students likewise have demonstrated their literacy skills in their artistic group presentations, programs, and activities. It could be gleaned from their class activities, their positive self-concept in dealing with their classmates and professor with respect, pride, and joy as well. Then I have 6 items on leadership styles. And again, the response to all the above mentioned statements are interpreted as strongly agreed, substantiated in their demonstration of their harmonious relationships among themselves during their asynchronous and synchronous learning modalities. They have assumed varied leadership roles as researchers, planners, initiators, directors, managers, evaluators, writers, and coordinators. Their sharing of insights, skills learned, as well as their developed values were likewise exhibited orally as well as in written form in varied levels and degrees. I have 3 items on creativity, and you will notice their average again is 1.11, which is interpreted as strongly agreed. The respondents have generally expressed positive experiences in the learning experiences in this category, and the interpretation of their ranks fall under 1.11, which is strongly agreed. All of the respondents claim that this was demonstrated by them in practically all modules, as each of them started to understand the expected learning outcomes, including various questions in each module, what the theories meant, how the theories were applied in the problems, and how to apply the theories in varied practical, creative, imaginative, and related situations called for. The researchers have maintained, the respondents have maintained their resourcefulness via their imaginative ideas of situations, personality characters and actions, responsibility levels, personal and professional duties on their roles as future teachers. Advantages. They became more engaged in their learning processes by demonstrating their learning outcomes. They manifested Piaget's cognitivism, Brunner's social constructivism, and Howard's multiple intelligences. As future teachers, they love what and how they work together on how they plan, decide, and collaborate their talents, skills, abilities, and interests, improve their self-confidence and social relationship. These asynchronous and synchronous learning modalities suit their learning pace. Lessen financial costs for travel, food, clothing, and other personal needs, provided parents and personal feelings of security from travel and hazardous traffic jam, proper time management, including doing household chores, as well as developing closer relationship with their family members, among others. Things to improve included lessening hours to give them time for other academic subjects, maintain the 40 to 45 minutes synchronous session to meet their data card load for 2 students who have experienced poor internet connectivity from their residences. Some students with poor Wi-Fi interconnectivity may lose confidence to be actually involved to meet the requirements of the course. Some students with poor reading skills may not be able to cope with the requirements for critical thinking, planning, problem solving, creativity. Thus, teachers should have a prepared intervention program for individuals with inadequate reading skills. Some students with not so high determination to excel, coupled with poor interconnectivity, might not be able to meet the normal requirements of future teachers, thus may possibly drop the course. Some students with psychological problems may have difficulty to assume one's responsibility, thus may incur absences and possibly drop out. Summary and conclusion, they have complete attendance, loved, enjoyed, and are happy with their flipped classroom in terms of asynchronous and synchronous learning modalities in teaching profession, as well as in the teacher and the school community organizational leadership. Everyone got high final grades, ranging from 90 to 98. Recommendations. Maintain the harmonious teacher-student relationship, engaging in skills-oriented lessons and activities. Incorporate the latest digital literacy skills and applications and platforms by the professor in the activities to make it more challenging and enjoyable in meeting the needs of the 21st century learners. Conduct a psychological study on the education students' online learning modalities. I have here the references, and thank you for listening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Pedrajas. I think, Mark, we're ready for the third presenter.
Yes.
So,
Thank you.
tech team,
Thank you, ma'am.
kindly play the third video. So if you'll notice, Mark, the presentations are somewhat related to the topic of Ma'am Iris earlier this morning.
Yes, and we can glean as much as possible some or harvest some best practices, Jill.
Yeah. Okay, I think the third presentation video is ready.
Good day, everyone. I am Engineer Algin Michael G. Savak, and I'm here to present our study that is entitled Prospecting of Probable Sand and Gravel Resource in Mandalog River System. Sand and gravel. In the advent of the industrialization over these past years, which targets various infrastructure flagship projects such as roads, buildings, and bridges, comes the question of sourcing raw materials. And this source of raw materials is known as sand and gravel, or SAG. It is a known entity in the construction industry that makes up the bulk of the materials that comprise the requirements for the construction of different and various things. The study is located at Mandalog River in Iligan City, and it has been known as the relentless source of SAG materials for construction purposes within the province of Lanao del Norte and its adjacent provinces. Through the decades, the SAG extraction slowly depletes the resource by over-extracting. Such a scenario is reached in the Mandalog River system that is very evident because of the upstream migration of SAG permitters or concessionaires. And as we can see from this image here, the numbers of permit holders are increasing from the late 1960s to the recent time as of the present today. So with these permit holders, it is very evident that the booming population and industrialization takes away the resource materials that we need to gather in order to sustain our living. Here are our objectives. So mainly to say that the main objective of this study is that we need to come up or to make or to create a resource map for sustainability purposes. Here are our methods. First, we need to gather data from the LGU with regulations with regards to SAG mining, the coordinates of the active permittees, and to secure information with regards to SAG production and the rules and regulations from the different ordinances that has been regulated all throughout. Next is to have the LiDAR data, such as the sub-basin, the slope, and the elevation map of the Mandalog River system. Next is the use of Google Earth data, so that we can identify and locate the areas on which we can find these raw materials, or what we call probable aggregation zones. Next is to have consent of the local authorities to conduct the study for field visiting. In field visits, we need to verify the areas of which we can have the probable aggregation zones through observational method and sampling. And via the use of GPS, we can locate the points in the Google map on which we can gather samples so that we can create the resource map by using the ArcGIS software so that we can finalize the map itself for probable aggregation zones of sand and gravel. So here is a summary of the things that we need to do with all of the methods and processes so that we can come up with a resource map. So here are the results of the methods that we need to do. We had to do. So we have the Mandalog River resource map. Here we can see that it has different types of terrain slope, and of course the river slope itself, which has the flat gradient, the gentle gradient, and the steep gradient. From the flat gradient, we can see or we can observe the probable aggregation zones. So later on the next slides, we can see and verify if these areas are really or does have these sag materials. First, we have the first river. We have the Diglaan River. So here is the resource map of the river and the sampling points. And with this, we have observed from field visiting that it has probable aggregation zones that has sand and gravel, which we can use for the future generations to come. The next river is we have the Kabaksanan River. Here are the results of the field visits. So here we can see some sand and gravel materials, but mostly we have observed that it has more or less on a limestone landscape and clay. Next, we have the Minsaliding River. And here we can also see some sand and gravel materials that are untouched. Unfortunately, the last two rivers, the Bayugrugongon and Kapay River, we haven't verified this one because of safety purposes. Overall, from each of the river system, we have found a number of areas that has probable aggregation zones. So in the Diglaan River, it has 57 areas. Minsaliding, 25. Kapay, we have 6. Kabaksanan, we have 19. And Rogongon, we have 13. And with the data from the Google Map and the LiDAR data, we have observed from using the Google Map software, we have seen images of such that these areas has probable aggregation zones, verified probable aggregation zones. In Minsaliding, we have probable aggregation zones also. In Kabaksanan, you have these probable aggregation zones that are found within the stretch of the river. And in the Rogongon River, we have these types of sand and gravel materials that are untouched. So we have come up in a summary. These are the slope aggregation zones of each of the river stretches. So here we can see that it has flat gradient, gentle gradient, and steep gradients. And here we can see that each of these rivers has probable aggregations that we can source out sand and gravel materials. In general, the whole river system consists of 76% of probable aggregations that we can find so that it can be used for our future generations to come. From this, we have gathered samples for verification purposes. So these are the sieve samples that we have got from each of the field visits. So here we can see quality aggregates that can be used for the construction industry. Overall, from the field visits and from the verification, it is truly amazing that the river system supplies us with natural resources that we can use, but we need to have a sustainable manner, or we need to have the responsibility so that there will be no disruptions for the environment. So the use of this map is that it can be used as a baseline for the local authorities for sustainable development of the river as well as management of the river system. We need this map because it is very important on how do we gather these raw materials so that we can damage the ecosystem of this river system. And primarily, it is a guide for new ventures or other businessmen that in the SAG industry, since we all know that our technology is advancing today and the raw materials that we need are in demand as of today. The conclusion, it is very observable that there are probable aggregation zones in each of the main tributaries, each which has a gradient of 0 to 15%, and the 0 to 5%, which is the flat gradient, are the ones that we consider as probable aggregation zones. SAG resource in Kabaksanan is disputable of SAG resource, but it can be a source of limestone and clay for quarrying. And Rugong area requires further verification, and Buglaan River is the most viable future source of SAG since it has good quality aggregates and many probable aggregation areas. The recommendations. So further study with regards to how SAG mining can affect the deposition of two preceding SAG deposit by using river modeling system or simulation. Next is to further gather data and computation of value of available SAG mining based on the identified areas so that we can proceed from probable resource estimation to proven resource estimation. Next is to identify the cause of why are these pre-needs going upstream and these mining activities towards upstream through analysis of economics and to compare its limitations in the resources of the aggregates that the Mandalug River Basin can only supply. And lastly, it is to pinpoint relevant parameters in creating a benchmark with regards to the need of the increase in production of sand and gravel. This will include parameters such as replenishment rate and estimating the volume of sand and gravel to be extracted annually in the areas identified, so that the LGU can initiate revising and updating new ordinances in response to the demand for a sustainable development. That is for our economy as well and for our environment. So that's all for my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Okay, so thank you to our third presenter. We move on to the next. So we still have two more presenters, two more videos. So tech team, kindly play the next video. So again, may we remind everyone, if you have questions, please type in your questions in the chat box.
Magandang buhay! I am Professor Charlene Faye A. Agati, one of the authors in the paper titled Using Five-Finger Retell in Enhancing the Reading Comprehension Skill of Sixth Graders in University of the East Manila. Together with me as author is Charlene May A. Urtal. Okay, so for the background of the study, we all know that reading is not a regular skill but a life skill, right? Which means that individuals need it to successfully participate, integrate, and survive in society. So, reading is a skill learned through decoding, connecting one's ideas and experiences in the text being read, and through constant construction and reconstruction of meaning. This is from Gonzalez in 2017. So, this means that a successful reader has the ability to interact with the text that he or she has read and derive meaning from it. So, reading comprehension cannot occur in the absence of language comprehension and word recognition. This is from the Scarborough's Reading Rope, a groundbreaking infographic. Okay, so to be a skilled reader, a learner must have language comprehension and word recognition. Now you're asking, what is language comprehension? So, language comprehension is a skill, is a big skill composed of sub-skills such as print concepts, verbal reasoning, language structure, vocabulary, and even background knowledge. So for word recognition, what do you mean by word recognition? So under word recognition, we have we have certain skills, certain sub-skills such as phonological awareness. So the ability of a reader, of an individual to hear and manipulate sounds, decoding, and even sight recognition. So once a learner has already learned, has already advanced skills in language comprehension, and even has fluency when it comes to decoding and reading, so that's word recognition, that's the time that we can say that a learner is already a skilled reader. So that means that he or she already has comprehension. Okay, so in 2018, there was a survey called Program for International Student Assessment, or PISA. And among the 79 participating countries, as we all know, Philippines ranked the lowest in reading comprehension. So this is very alarming, right? So reading was actually one of the main topics which was assessed among 15-year-old learners here. So the result is really quite alarming, since that would mean that Filipino learners have difficulty understanding what they have read. It would mean that Filipino learners have difficulty following instructions from a guide or manual that they have read. And it would also mean that Filipino learners, 15-year-old kids who already know how to read, have a hard time answering who, what, when, where, why, and even how questions. Okay, for the purpose of the study, the 2018 PISA result and the advent of novel learning modalities such as modular learning, virtual or online learning, which was brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, paved the way for the conception of these research, which will focus on enhancing the reading comprehension of sixth grade learners in University of the East Manila through the five-finger retell, or FFR, which parents may also utilize as they have become the facilitators of learning at home. For the methodology, I will be presenting our proposed methods and procedures that will be used in conducting the study. For the research design, we will be implementing a descriptive research strategy utilizing a pretest, post-test designs. Since in a pretest, post-test design, there is only one group and all of them are in the experimental condition, which makes it reasonable for the researchers to find out whether FFR, or five-finger retell, has caused a change in the participants. For the research participants, the participants of these action research will be sixth grade learners of the University of the East Manila. The participants were chosen, or will be chosen rather, for reasons of practicality, as the researchers are both from the said university. And for the research setting, the research study will be conducted using various online or virtual platforms, such as Google Meet. In case of COVID-19 restrictions are heightened or will be heightened for the safety and health of all the stakeholders who will be involved. For the research instrument, the researchers will use the Philippine Informal Reading Inventory, or PhilERI. These are graded passages which are informal or they are informal and individualized assessment tool used to record the learner's performance in oral reading, silent, and or listening comprehension. The PhilERI revised assessment tool is composed of a set of graded passages which are administered to the whole class and even to individual students. They are designed to determine the student's reading level. So the PhilERI data will also serve as one of the bases in planning, designing, or redesigning the reading instruction of the teachers and the school's reading programs or activities to also help improve the overall school's reading performance. A focus group discussion will also be conducted via Google Meet to gather qualitative data. And for the analysis of data, to analyze the result, the researchers will utilize both quantitative and qualitative methods. In quantitative method, a descriptive survey of research will be used. The data will be gathered with the use of the PhilERI, and it will be statistically treated using percentage and mean. While in getting the qualitative data, focus group discussion, or FGD, and the analysis of such will be employed. For the future plans of the researchers, this paper really aims to increase the reading comprehension skills of grade 6 students in preparation for junior high school. Consequently, it can also be utilized by parents and caregivers who are presently the facilitators of learning at home. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much to our presenters. Mark, I guess we're done with the presentations. We proceed to the open
Yes,
forum.
thank you very much to our presenters for the insights you have shared with us. We shall now proceed to the open forum. Um, Ms. Jill.
Yes, I saw the chat box one question coming from Mom Laura. So I will read and we request the presenters to open their cam so they could answer the question. So this is directed to Mom Laura, Dr. Said. So this is from Mom Laura Anar. With this framework on home-based learning for science instruction, also in other core subject areas, making it multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary. So again, will this framework on home-based learning for science instruction also work in other core subject areas, making it multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary? So may we request Dr. Saed to answer the question.
Yes po, ma'am. So does
Please
that
open your cam. Please open your cam, ma'am.
good afternoon,
Okay, good
everyone.
afternoon.
So that home-based learning framework can be applied in other learning areas.
Okay. So do you have any follow-up questions regarding that from the participants?
Dr. Sheila.
Yes.
Yes,
Mark.
po.
Yes, I'm very curious with, thank you very much for your presentation. I'm very curious with regards to the multiple tasks or roles of the teachers. How are they performing in terms of managing the mental health of the students nowadays, especially because we are in the pandemic and it's very difficult to connect to some of our students, whether it's offline or even online as well, Dr. Sheila.
Pardon, sir.
I'm very
Pardon,
curious.
sir.
Ma'am, can you hear me? Jill?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, yes,
Can
Yes.
you
yes.
repeat
Loud and
the
clear.
question?
Yes, you have mentioned about the different tasks and roles of the teachers. And I'm very curious with regards to the mental health of the students, the task of like the role of the teacher in terms of managing the mental health of the students. How do we fare now during the time of the pandemic based on your study?
So part of the role and function of the teacher is to observe the health protocol when it comes to the distribution of learning materials and retrieval of learning materials. And the results of the study reveal that teachers were very good when it comes to the observance of those health protocols.
How about Ma'am Sheila? How about yung sa mental health po? How do they perform the task of
Uh,
looking into the mental health of the students?
yes, sir. So that concern, sir, was
Oh
not
my
covered
God.
in the study.
Okay, okay, Ma'am Sheila. Thank you very much.
And
Thank
I
you,
guess
sir.
we could still entertain one question from Sir Alan Canonigo. Mark, this is for Dr. Said again. I read through your paper. It can be noted that teachers barely have time in doing their roles, like checking the completeness of the modules being distributed. This might be true for parents. In your proposed framework, did you include time as an element regarding the roles of teachers? Isn't that some of the roles being articulated might be too demanding for teachers? That's from Sir Alan Canonigo.
Yes, so in the framework, it includes the orientation on the proper implementation of the modular instruction even after pandemic, because home-based instruction will not be I believe that home-based learning instruction will not be implemented in this pandemic, but that can be employed also during, especially when the teacher is absent, attending seminar, that can be employed also.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Saet. So can we maybe also ask the participants, if you still have questions, you may raise your hand. For the question regarding the mining, we will just coordinate with our presenter because at present he is not present with us today. So we'll just forward the message. Thank you. I think Sir Alan is raising his hand. Yes, Sir Alan, kindly open your cam.
Okay. This is just a follow-up question. Maybe because I was asking about the time because, as we know, when we distribute the modules, so I think of the time when those modules were available to teachers, or did you provide enough time for teachers to be able to distribute it? Like how many the time prior to the actual distribution? Baka po kasi masyado ng yung pag-distribute, yung availability and then pag-distribute baka kaya nabasa ko like they did not have enough time to check the completeness of the module. So parang baka naman gahol na sila sa oras.
Okay, sir. So in our division, schools division of Marinduque, we employ the assistance of the barangay officials. The school has the so-called parent association, in which parents assist the teachers in the distribution of the modules to the students. It is not the duty of the teachers to distribute all the modules to their learners, but they as the assistance of the parents, the barangay officials that serve as the courier. We have the module courier that deliver the module to the respective houses of the learners.
Kasi I'm with the teachers because the teachers were actually heavily what do you call it? So I think that the roles when I was reading the roles no kasi nabasa ko yung paper niyo. Maganda yung paper. Kaya lang yung tinitingnan ko were the considerations were there consultations with the teachers when you crafted when you articulated the different roles that they should perform especially
Yes, sir.
this
Yes, sir. It was communicated to the public schools district supervisors, to the school heads, and then to the teachers.
I mean the consultation. Meaning,
Yes,
did you
yes,
do
sir.
it like from
Because
bottom to top? Like
yes,
the teachers themselves articulated what they should do for them to really think of na ito kaya namin gawin. Kasi mahirap from top to bottom eh. Yun yung naisip ko kasi. Maganda yung paper, maganda yung proposal. Actually, inuulit-ulit ko siyang binasa. And then I was trying to make sense of it. Kaya lang hindi ko ganong maintindihan yung framework na nakalagay doon. Pero more or less naman, nandun yung idea eh. Kaya lang, yun nga siguro, on your end, because you're, I think, an administrator, right po? So I think we need to, again, maybe look again at those roles bago nyo masabing ito ay okay or ma-share sa ibang division na talagang yung validation, meaning it can only be valid when teachers are actually the one who articulated those roles kasi alam nila yung gagawin nila eh. Kasi tayo, pag administrator tayo, ang alam lang natin, ito yung parang we demand a lot from them. And yet, we don't consider their how do you call that, situations and context. Siguro yun lang
okay,
yung...
The roles and functions enumerated in my study were reflected in the division issue 1's DepEd memorandum, and it was based also on the DepEd issue
Very much, Ma'am Sheila. Do we have questions also for the other speakers?
So I have seen one question from the chat box. There has to be validation of the results cascaded to the teacher participants. The result was validated because I involved the parents and the
the school heads in the study, it is not only the teachers who were involved in the study, but also the school heads and the parents, because the school heads and the parents, most especially the parents, are directly involved because they are the one really observing how the teachers perform when they communicate with the parents. So it was validated.
Okay, Ma'am Sheila, thank you very much. I think we have another hand raising. Sir Albert, sir, you can unmute yourself and ask your questions.
Good morning. Good morning po. I'm Albert Saud from Laguna. So actually my question for ma'am is, I actually get the suggestion of the first who asked question. The question is, I think it's important to get first, to consult first the teachers if they really agree on the roles and responsibilities written in the DepEd memorandum. Kasi parang it would be unfair for them if, alam niyo, parang if they will just be given roles and responsibilities without even asking their opinions. Parang siguro in your research is I suggest na you can conduct, let's say, focus group discussion or interview so that you can validate if what is written, what the results of your survey is really valid, or because there are some responses that can be that you cannot get from just a survey, but using focus group discussion or interview to validate if they really agree on their roles and responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. But in my study, sir, I use mixed method or triangulation design involving a focus discussion in gathering of data. In the gathering of data, I gathered all the teachers, the school heads, and parents, some parents, while in answering the questionnaire, and then a focus group discussion followed.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Sheila. No, in the interest of time, I'm also very interested if there are questions for other speakers coming from our participants.
Yeah, I guess someone is raising her hand. Winnie. I think it's Winnie. Yes, Winnie.
So, good morning. I'm just interested about the five finger retail, and I want to ask how I can really use it for teaching science for the young learners. Do you think it's feasible to use it also in teaching science?
Maybe request Ma'am Agati to answer the question of Miss Winnie. Once again, may we request Ma'am Agati to answer the question of Winnie.
She's not here.
I think she's not here. So we'll just forward the question, Miss Winnie, to Miss Agati. Okay, we proceed to the next question. Mark?
Yes. Are there any other questions for our speakers? I think we have a very few minutes left before we are transporting back to our plenary. So that's why we are asking if there are still other questions to the rest of the speakers. I could see none for now, but Miss Jill, I have a question for Dr. Pedrajas.
Yes, you may. So, Ma'am Pedrajas.
Okay, yes.
Please open
Okay,
your
yes.
cam.
Yes,
Good
yes,
morning.
yes, Mark. Yes, Mark, yes.
I'm very curious with regards to what kinds of learning competencies are best harvested or was that acquired by the students when it's synchronous and asynchronous. I understand very well that for now, even in our school MSU IIT, we are curious if the same learning competencies could be acquired when using asynchronous and synchronous learning modalities, ma'am.
Yes, yes. Actually, the learning skills, that the learning outcomes that we try to ask our students to demonstrate are
are many, like the reading skills. So when they can read all the modules, all the questions, that's already a gauge of they know what they are reading, they understand what they're reading, as well as their critical thinking. They have to plan how are they going to answer the modules. At the same time, the most important is for them to be able to know what the learning outcomes are. So they are ready for that. So they read they read through, so they come up with their planning skills, decision making skills, collaborative skills, multiple intelligence, oral and written communication skills, their creativity, andyan na rin ang interpersonal relationship, and then they're making summary. And especially when we go into our synchronous activities, they come up with their summary. They come up with their summary of what they've done. They come up, they state their insights, and then they share their values, they share their experiences, and those are things that are very creative in them. And then they plan they plan creative activities to apply the theories that we learn. So those are the most important things. Okay? Tapos, napaka-importante pa, they also manifested their leadership skills. As they research, they plan, they manage, they collaborate, they coordinate, they assess, they evaluate, yung mga ganun ba. So these are the curriculum learning outcomes, skills that we have developed in the synchronous and asynchronous learnings modalities.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Pedrajas. Ma'am, just a follow-up question now while waiting
Sure.
for the others to also raise questions. I'm
Yes.
very curious because in MSUIT, we have a mix of students who have access to the internet, and at the same time, they also have classmates who don't have access to the internet. So, how can we, in that situation, foster collaboration and teamwork, given that there's a lack of homogeneity with regards to access to online learning? No? So, really, some of their classmates couldn't make it to synchronous classes. So, I'm very curious how, as a teamwork and collaboration, can be best achieved in our classroom work.
Yeah, I experienced that because there were two students who were having ano ba ito, maximum load, di ba? Na, dapat 40 minutes lang o kaya wala silang interconnectivity. And I noticed that my students, their classmates, tried to reach them out. O kaya they tried to look at the messenger. Will you please tell her to answer this? And then the student will text the answer to that. And so we are able to coordinate. O kaya sa Facebook, they coordinate also with the Facebook, with the messenger. Tapos may mga chatbox nila. Okay, so ma'am, itong answer niya. So I got the answer. And I really make it a point na kasi these are future teachers, that's your responsibility to reach out to where your students are. How can you help these students to be active, to interact with one another? So at least they know na kasama yun sa buhay nila. They have to check where their students are, what's happening, and how they can reach out to these students. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you
thank
very
you
much,
very
Ma'am.
much.
We've learned
Okay.
so much really from you, and thank you very much. And thank you very much, everyone. Before we return to the plenary session, allow us to congratulate our presenters. But in the interest of time, we will send your certificates of recognition through your email. Thank you, Ma'am.
Yes, so
Sir.
congratulations to our presenters. So we really have a lot of things to harvest from this session. So thank you for sharing us your insights. So now we shall have our photo documentation. May we
Photo.
request our presenters to open their cam and join us in the photo op, and then the tech team will take the photo. Okay. Tech team, are you ready to take the photo? Presenters, please open your cam. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Miss Winnie, are we done?
I only have 2, 4, 6. I'm sorry. I only have 2, 4,
Yeah.
6, 8, 9. So maybe count 5, Miss.
Presenters,
Para
presenters,
everybody can
presenters muna, and then we'll have the participants later. Okay. So are we done with this?
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Smile.
Okay.
Okay.
Now we have. May we ask? Yes, Mark.
Now,
Yes,
may
Mark.
we ask
Everyone.
everyone to open their camera for our
Yeah.
photo documentation. Now, we may
Yes.
ask again. Now, we ask again the tech team to take the photos. Thank you. So,
And Miss Winnie to
everyone,
take the screenshot.
can you open your cameras again.
5,
Yes.
4, 3, 2.
3, 2. Yes.
One more, Waki.
One
One,
more.
three, cheesy.
Congratulations.
Okay, so congratulations to our presenters and congratulations everyone. I know we have learned a lot from this conference. So
Congrats to all the presenters and kudos to Ma'am Jill and Sir Mark.
thank you, Ma'am Olive. Okay, thanks, Winnie, for taking the shots, for taking the screenshots. Okay, so we'll be transported to the plenary session for the awarding. Thank you very much, everyone. Mark,
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Jill. Thank you,
okay,
Miss Winnie.
see you in the plenary session.
See you later.
Transport na kami sa plenary session.
Yes, Ma'am Tits. Pabalik na
Yes.
po tayo.
Congrats, presenters. Hi, Ma'am Tits.
That's Ma'am Laura, I think.
Congrats to the presenters. Hello, Ma'am Tits.
Tita Tits,
Thank
may
you,
comment
thank
ako sa'yo.
Rizal, yes. Rizal, yes, sir.
Habang
Yes,
hindi
sir.
pa typing
Anong
with
comment mo?
teleport.
Yes, anong comment mo?
May comment siya, Ma'am Tits. Sige, Bayaning Rizal.
May comment si Rizal. Yeah, Jose Rizal, anong comment mo?
Bayaning Rizal.
Ma'am Tits, kumusta po?
Yun ba?
Yun pala.
Beauty pa rin.
Inabahan.
Beauty pa rin. Beauty
All
pa rin.
waiting
And
for
I'm
the
very happy. Ang galing. Congratulations to the
Very energetic pa rin kayo, Ma'am Tits.
Yes.
I have to. At age 77, I have to, di ba?
Yes, ma'am. You will be our
Happy
model.
birthday, Ma'am Tits.
Ay, happy birthday po ba? This is the output of our...
Ma'am, nasa plenary session na po tayong lahat.
Hi, Ma'am Olive. Hi, Ma'am Change.
Okay. Last instructions.
Hello, Ma'am Winnie.
Na ba ang si Sir Nani na ang magbibigay ng instructions, no? To our dear participants. Yan. Please stay on for some instructions so that you can get your certificate. No? Again, another first, because the certificate will be generated after you accomplish the evaluation form. But I think Sir Nani is ready to walk you through on how to accomplish the evaluation forms. Okay? Sige po, pakinggan na lang po natin sila. Mamaya tayo magkwentuhan pa ng ano. So we have the afternoon for our General Assembly.
Up to what time tayo mamaya, Ma'am?
Si Ma'am Ernie. Ma'am Ernie, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. I'm Georgie. Hello.
Okay.
Si Ma'am Irene. Nice to see you, ma'am.
Hi, nice to see you, Ma'am Ernie.
Looking great kayo, Ma'am Irene. Humaba na rin ang buhok nyo, ah.
Oo nga. Haba, mas mahaba dapat ito. Ginupitan ko lang ako lang. I miss you all.
Kayo din, ma'am. We missed you.
Nasaan na tayo? Nasa main room na ba tayo?
Main room na tayo, Ma'am Jo.
Na-transport na tayo.
Teka, magte-text lang ako.
Mag-transport.
59.
We will end the session. Okay, i-announce po ang best poster and oral presenter. Best poster presenter and oral presenter. Yan, we are so, parang ngayon ako na-excite kasi, all right.
Nandito na ba yung MCs natin din?
Okay, Miss Ma'am Mari V and Sir Rizal, take it away.
Hi! I'm still waiting for Rizal. They need 4 more minutes, then they can join us to have the awarding of the best papers and posters.
Our session has ended already. We were with Sir Rizal. Hindi pa siya na teletransport dito.
Hindi pa po.
Baka nag-ano naman ang kanyang internet.
Yeah,
I guess Sir
Side
Alan
for texting.
Cabrillas, no, will be the one to announce kasi because he heads the that committee, no. Okay. So for our dear participants, thank you so much. But I leave the thank you to our Vice President. Okay. So ilang beses ba ako nalaglag kanina? Nawala ako kanina. Pero,
okay, here it is.
Okay, there we go.
I guess we're still waiting for one more room to join us.
Thank you very much, everyone. We have a very productive morning session. Hi, Marie B.
Okay. Hi, nice to have you back, Dr. Rizal. So, what a really awesome afternoon. So, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Rizal, among the presented researches, which study do you like the most?
Oh my gosh. After hearing the research from different sessions, like there is the study of Nathaniel Alicoyon, Porel, Michael, Maricar, Prudente, like the study of Jose Marie Calamblam, Lee Gerald Macavale, and honestly, I'm so confused because they are all significant and very essential.
Yeah, correct. I would say that all are equally important during this time of changes. So don't worry, Dr. Rizal. We have group of jurors who handled and reviewed how significantly substantial the studies are.
Yeah. And where session had you belong earlier?
I got session 1, and we were thinking I have session 2 and you have session 1. So I'm glad to listen to them.
I was
It's
assigned
more about
session
management.
3, and it was really we have to salute our research presenter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hard work.
By the way, let us welcome, to, as what you have mentioned, we have group of jurors to handle the how important the study is. Let us welcome, of course, Dr. Alan M. Canoniego, the SOT 2004 rather.
Okay, and of course, my good friend also, Dr. Rowena Hibanada, SOT 2008.
And of course, our new millionaire, the newly awarded members, Mr. Jason B. Alvaro, 2021 SOT awardee.
Awesome, a millionaire, right? Okay, and we have also Lynn Padilla, SOT 2008.
And the person who organized all the research presenters, and of course the chairman, the one and only Dr. Alan Moore S. Cabrillas, the 2014 SOT awardee, to give awards for this year's best papers.
Okay, here he comes.
Sir Alan, hello, and the team.
And they're ready for that. Here we go.
By the way, when we are waiting for Sir Alan, is he already here, Maribee?
Yeah, I guess so, because right now they are preparing the PowerPoint to show the winners for the awarding of best papers.
Wow.
Okay, the excitement of waiting. Yeah, remembering how we started. Remember that when we have our RIP when we went to Australia in our visit after winning Metrobank in 2012, we have the same emotion of preparation and waiting for the results of it. Although we did not compete,
We by the way, we are encouraging the participants to have, you will have your certificate of participation after you have filled up the evaluation link, okay? And like what our secretary, Ma'am Olive Calling, we are encouraging also to send documents or selfie moment during virtual engagement at noted secretariat at gma at gmail.com. Nag-send ka na ba ng entry mo, ma'am?
Yes, sir, a while ago, just a while ago. I already
Wow.
sent reminders po to all our
Yeah.
participants.
Wow,
Thank you,
Okay,
awesome.
thank
sir,
you.
for the announcement.
Yeah, and we miss you, Mommy Olive.
Yes, Ma'am Mama Libby. Hello.
And of course, Maripi, we have also the reactors and moderators, all the certificate of appreciation. I think it will be emailed, right, Maripi?
Yeah, the electronic. Mhm.
Yeah. So
So,
maybe
yes.
we have a
Sir
heartache
Rizal?
in giving the
Okay, they're
cert.
waiting.
Yeah.
Sir Rizal?
Ma'am
Yes. Hello,
Josephine has
our
raised her
president.
hand.
Okay, may I just announce again that the nomination for the 2022 Search for Outstanding Filipinos is on. Okay, so the link was given, it was posted in the group chat, no, in the chat box yesterday. Maybe today we can also see it. Can somebody from MBFI, yan, this is our chance to tell our participants that there is such a very prestigious search for outstanding Filipinos teacher category. Okay? Oh, na. I guess Sir Alan is already ready.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Okay.
giving me the time.
Thank you,
Thank you, Ma'am
Dr.
Josephine.
Kalamlam, our president, noted president. Yeah.
Yes, it's here.
Okay,
Okay,
so
the
Maribi,
result.
I'm so
Okay.
excited to know the best paper.
Yeah. Okay, so on behalf of Dr. Alan, because he's having glitches right now, so Dr. Rizal and I'll do the honors in presenting to you for the awarding of Best Research Paper and Best Research Poster. To start with, let's go with the first slide. For our Best Research Poster,
Congratulations.
congratulations
And mabuhay.
mabuhay. Okay, you start,
Wow.
Dr.
Maribi,
Okay, congratulations for Best Research Poster Award is awarded to Darrell Roy T. Montevon for the outstanding research poster entitled A Qualitative Evaluation of the Institutional Remote Field Study Program for Pre-Service Teacher, presented during the 3rd International Noted Conference with the theme Equity, Solidarity, and Engagement, Purposive Education in Times of Change, held on October 8 and 9, 2021 via Microsoft Teams. Given this 9th day of October 2021 via Microsoft Teams, signed by the President of Noted and overall Chairman of this conference, we have Josephine Kalamlam, and of course, we have the Vice President of Noted, Chair Program Committee, Ernelia Cao, PhD. Congratulations!
congratulations, Darren Roy Montipon.
Okay, and the next one, Best Research Paper. Here you go, Dr. Rizal, it's your turn.
Okay. And the best research
goes to from Marinduque. Oh. So Sir Rizal has been dropped.
So Marivi, can you please?
Okay, I'll do the honors. Our Best Research Paper Award is awarded to Maria Sheila Suarez Saet for the outstanding research paper entitled Implementation of the Standard Procedures in the Delivery of the Science Modular Instruction through Home-Based Learning Approach in the Schools Division of Marinduque, presented during the 3rd International Noted Conference with the same theme, equality, solidarity, and engagement, purposive education in times of change, held on October 8 and 9, 2021 via Microsoft Teams, given this 9th day of October 2021, signed by our president and overall chairman for this conference, Josephine M. Calamlam, PhD, and of course, our vice president of noted and the chairman of the program committee, Ms. Ernelia Picao, PhD. Congratulations, Ms. Sheila.
Thank you very much po, ma'am.
Oh, so she's there. Right. Oh, nalalaglag.
Okay, so once again, congratulations to all our presenters. And of course, your special award is a manifestation that your studies has matched with the theme and looking forward, the impact of it in the field of education. So since I'm lost, Sarisa, life is coming back. For some reminders and announcement and updates, let us call the chairman of the technical group, our SOT 2015 winner, Dr. Hernani Fernandez Jr.
Are you there?
I hope he's there. Oh, here he is, Hernani. So these are our announcements. Okay, our reminders. Here we go. Okay, we have glitches right now, but we're communicating here, so we're waiting for it. Okay, so we have here, according to Dr. Alan, he said the certificates of recognition to all presenters will be sent through your emails. Okay, here we go, Sir Nani, he's back.
All right.
Okay, so you are seeing the link. Don't forget. So let me read it for you again. Certificate of participation will be sent to your emails. Certificate of recognition will be given to all research, oral, and poster presenters. We have an evaluation link here. It's very essential for all of us, so please do that. Okay, so thank you. Welcome back, Sir Rizal. So announcement was made already.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so here we go with our last parts with the closing remarks. Okay, are you ready? Okay, so there is a saying that when you want something, all the universe conspires in helping you to achieve it. It's always been one of the quotes that I always love to read from Paulo Coelho, The Alchemist. Okay, so here you go, Sir Rizal.
And of course, this event will not be complete without hearing the closing remarks coming from a woman who epitomizes perseverance and compassion in the service.
And of course, let's be hearing that from our Vice President, SOT 2016. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Ernelia Picao.
They say that the closing remarks are for thank yous. Indeed, there is a lot to be thankful for and so many people to acknowledge. Due to the pandemic, it is the first time that the noted had its first virtual conference. Yes, there were glitches, but through the combined efforts of the technical working group, we were able to pull through. Special thanks to the team of Sir Nani Fernandez for the technical assistance and patience in catering to all our requests. Special thanks also go to the Metrobank Foundation Incorporated for its continued support, and to the people involved in the program, from the MCs, the moderators, the speakers in the different sessions, the poster presenters, and the members of the paper committee who had the tedious task of screening the papers, the excellent papers submitted for this year's conference. Our grateful hearts are with you. At this point, I'd like to specifically thank our president, Dr. Josephine Calamlam, for her leadership, and the board for all the hard work that they had done for this 2-year term. Can we give them a virtual round of applause, please? The term of President Choji had been predominated by the COVID-19 pandemic. And yet, despite the challenges, she was able to push through with all her projects amidst the difficulties. I think President Choji will be remembered as our noted pandemic president. At this point, I'd like to thank also all the participants for your support and active involvement. I look forward to seeing you again in our future programs and other activities. Please watch out for our future plans and announcements. With this, I declare the 3rd International Noted Conference officially closed.